Okay, the music isn't working. So while I continue to get streamed started, I'm going to do my impression of various tracks. So I think Thatch Villagers is something like do 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 ba 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 da ba da ba 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 da ba 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 da ba do 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 ba da 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 da. Did that go well? I don't think that this one's on the playlist, but I'm just thinking about the BG3 one that's like boom 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 boom. Is that a famous one? Is that the one that goes like yeah? My mic level sounds low? Alright, let's see. These are normally the sorts of things that I test while the stream's starting. Little music play. Let's see. Hopefully that's a little bit better. Da 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 da. Oh, the broadcast volume's down on it for some reason. All right, that'll probably make it a little bit better. What's up? Let's just go to just chatting. What are we doing here? What are we doing? Who are we trying to trick? What's up? Hello. How are we? How are you? How am I? What's up, Jerk? John Chell. What's up? What's up? You may immediately notice, what? I'm not in a tavern? Like normal? Correct. I am in a bedroom. I know what thatched roof is, but what is a thatched villager? It's a great question. It's a hairstyle, I think. But I used to have the green screen because my desk used to be in a different spot. And now it is in this spot. And I don't know if this spot will work, but so far it is. We did stream yesterday, and everything seemed to go well. And this way, I don't have to put up a green screen and feel like I'm in a little tiny cage every time I stream. Which is kind of what it felt like, because my desk faced a wall, and then I had the green screen right behind me, and so I couldn't move my chair without it bumping something. I have a lot more room to articulate now. So yeah, I moved around a few things in the physical space, and hopefully we're all good. What up, Mustang? What up, Apotheosis? Hello. And we're doing Critical Role. Woo! Fuck yeah. I'm psyched. And I need to actually set it up. There we go. I'm not going to jinx it by saying anything out loud. I will just allude to it. I maybe have gotten some promising results from continued testing of various internet solutions. So that's good. That's good. And I have also developed much stronger reporting so that I can more easily see any sort of patterns. So I think we are hopefully in the clear. I know we talked about potentially doing the first part of 58 today. I don't think we're going to do that because I've never tested I would need it to be two separate VODs. Well, I guess I don't need it to be, but I would want it to be two separate VODs. And I've never tested the moving like the current viewers to a different event. But we're going to test that today. Even though we're not doing 58 today, we're going to test the ability to, potentially do that in the future, because that'd be cool. Especially if we have like a situation. This doesn't happen often. But if it's like the last half of an episode is short, or the first half is short, and we want to be able to, get in more Critical Role in the day. But it doesn't make sense to do like, an entire second episode. So we're going to test it. The other event is set up. So basically what's going to happen is whenever we're finished with 57, I will end this event. And what should happen is it'll tell all y'all, hey, event's over, pack up your party, go home. But right on screen, there'll be like a redirect to the next event. And we'll see if it works. Hopefully it does. So we're gonna test that. And that'll hopefully work and be cool. And then we'll have more options, more optionality. Also, just more good news. It's just a day of good news. I have a canker sore today, but it's not even as bad as like the ones that normally stop me from streaming, but I did the treatment that I developed. It's just it's a specific medication that seems to work very well for mine. But I did the one that I developed in my laboratories, and it's working. Woo! It's working. It is, yeah, it's working. So really the only bad news is that the internet issues appear to still be happening, but at this point, I have ways around them and ways to mitigate them. And the ways that are mitigating them seem to be working. Maybe. So, I'm feeling good. It's been hard. So many stacked issues trying to get through them all. It feels like anytime I troubleshoot, just something else comes up. Been hard to like keep motivation to keep fucking troubleshooting. But I think we're kind of almost through it. Hopefully I didn't just jinx myself, but we'll see. But let me pull up chat. I've just been looking on screen. Let me pull up actual chat. And we should be nearing good to go. Also, no takeaway today. But if you didn't watch last 57 part 1, ooh, boy, am I cooking up a theory. Ooh, I am chefing. I am absolutely chefing about the Raven Queen. It's a totally separate theory from the Moon Tree. So we're gonna have to do within probably the next week. I need to do it. We need to do a theory only stream. Cause I did a lot of theorizing at the end of last stream because it was flowing, But it's very, very good. Let's see. It does seem smoother today. Let's go. Hopefully. And I'm fine-tuning the bitrate a little bit. It has to be low enough that it doesn't get cut off ever. But we can play with some things still. So it won't automatically bump us to the new stream. We'll have to be active and click on the link. I think so. I'm not sure. I've tried to test it with like only unlisted and private streams, and it behaves funkily if the stream is private, because it doesn't consider you to actually have been invited if you get redirected to a private stream, but it like still lets you in, but then it like might kick you out. So it was hard to test not with like actual people in chat. So we're gonna see how it goes today. If it kicks everyone out and no one can find the new event, then we might just have to communicate those results in Discord. Hit that like, hit that subscribe. I have been so immensely lucky and grateful that people have stuck around through all of this hullabaloo. I appreciate it so much. I cannot believe that the subscriber numbers haven't gone down because I have not been performing up to my standards. But I also don't hold myself to those standards because I know that all of it has been out of my control. So not to get too far into it, but thank you so much. And hit the like button. See you in a second, John. And with all that said, let's transition. And I think we're just freaking ready. Let me know. I'm pre-unmuting the tab because I'm a professional. And we're gonna start with a nice little art break. And I love John. I love John now putting it in the timecode notes. Video frame lag is in the video, not your actual internet failing. I appreciate that. I appreciate the note, the reassurance, because I definitely would have thought it. Okay, let's go. And full screen it. And let's make sure I had to remap, because I changed my monitor configuration as well. So I had to remap some of the buttons. So let's see if it will play YouTube. Testing. Honestly, it normally doesn't even look like that when my internet does fail. I can only really tell because people report it. Turning down the browser slightly, not much. Who was that meant to be? That wasn't Percy, was it? Or is this the map maker guy? It's probably the map maker guy. Let's see. Dude. This is so sad. Not this photo, but the moment I saw this photo, I was like, Critical Role lets AI generated stuff? Yeah, exactly, G-Hercum, exactly. Because I know that it's not. You know, it's so long ago that it absolutely could not be. But that's immediately the first thing I thought, which is existentially a little sad. Not a little. A lot. Oh, not everyone's got one. I love Monster Pike. Well, they ended up, if I remember my lore correctly, they end up working with some of the artists, right? Might be that artist ended up working on the show. This is also, I feel like this art break is longer than the normal ones. But it's probably just because they're getting so many more entries. My body part. Very nice, very nice. Have you watched any animatics? I have not. It's honestly because I still don't watch a lot of D&D stuff in my free time. And I thought about watching them on stream, but they would probably go very similar to that, where I unfortunately don't have a lot to say. And so I don't want to, step too close to essentially rebroadcasting content without adding anything to it. I'll find a few that are on eps you have watched. Yeah, it's more along the lines of what I meant is like, yeah, I will watch them. I just might not have a lot to say about them and it's not the sort of content I watch in free time. But I can still definitely check them out. Let's see. Okay. And it's 11:49. That's all set. Welcome back. And when we last left off, Percy had just talked to the Raven Queen. We had a lot of talking to the Raven Queen. And I assume that this is just going to be breaking those conversations down. But we'll have to see. And hopefully, they'll finally go to the Feywild. Because if they don't, so much of my theorizing is out the window. Oh my god. If they decide to go to like Wildmount or Marquette for some off reason, I'll have to redo all of my theories. But everything that I have seen so far that I'm able to theorize on has been pointing towards the Feywild. Vax was talking about it before Umbrasyl. They talked about it compared to Vasselheim. I think we're going. I hope. We'll see.
Welcome back, guys. So,
that is quiet. Never mind. I said I was going to turn it down earlier, but I think I just needed to turn it down for the art break. Is content suggestion chat just for stream, or do you watch stuff from there on your own if it's not good to stream? It depends. Sometimes I watch it on my own, but that's not exactly what it is for. I'd say if it's, and this is something that's kind of on my list, is to differentiate and kind of re-clarify some of the channels. The content suggestions is like stuff for content, which I know is vague. It's like stuff for stream. Maybe I'll rename it to stream suggestions at some point. But I'd say like animatics or things like that would probably go into like TV, music, film, like that channel. Yeah, but there's some that basically, if I'm interested in watching it, I'm normally interested in making content on it. Like the two do kind of coincide. So there are very few that get suggested that I both want to watch and don't want to make content on. It's more along the lines of, can I do it ethically? Because, like, for example, Pointy Hat. I reached out to Pointy Hat's public email, but I also know, as someone who has a public email, I don't check it all that often. So I have no idea, you know, if he's seen the reach out and just not responded, or if he just hasn't seen it at all. I have no clue. But I've not heard anything back from Pointy, and if I don't get an explicit yes, I'm not going to do any streams on his content. But I have thought about, okay, are there other ways, like the travel in D&D is bad, here's how to fix it, I really want to watch and I would love to talk about. So I'm thinking about some things that aren't formatted like this, that can just kind of be more ethical, like on their face. And that I won't feel the potential need to like get permission ahead of time. So I'm working on some stuff like that those sorts of things might start falling into. But yeah, we'll see. And then, yeah. I think that's pretty much it. I'll do you better. They're going to the moon. They're going to the moon. I fucking hope not. Although they are getting to the point where that wouldn't be entirely unreasonable for their power level. I wonder if the moons of Exandria is moons plural, right? I wonder if the moons of Exandria have atmospheres or not. Anyways.
The game, the morning comes to you all. In Vasselheim, as you awaken the Slayer's Take Guildhall. Brisk morning, but not too cold. The clouds are actually a little more separate this morning. You get brief moments of blue. It looks like the weather is a little clearer than you're used to seeing in this vicinity. But the day is yours. What do you guys wish to do?
Well,
What do we need to accomplish here in town? Is there anything we need to finish, or do we want to pick our next destination?
kind
Do
of.
they sell potions and things here in town? No, they don't.
No.
Very specifically,
They
they
hate
don't.
Get the
magic.
hell out of here. There's
Yeah, let's
nothing
get
for
out.
us here.
What
I
about
mean-
the Feywild?
We
Oh, yeah.
did talk about the Feywild.
Let's drop off our.
Don't tease me.
Wait, don't you have to
about
pick
the
up
Fey
something? Oh, I already picked it up. Not you.
Me?
Oh, you have a
Yeah.
hat.
Oh, I thought we waited for the hat.
Yeah, he picked up the hat.
Oh shit, balls ass. All right.
There's the Feywild. There's dropping stuff off at Whitestone. There's Marquette, which something is there in
Is
Marquette.
one of the vestiges there?
I don't know. I don't want to keep talking about it.
Really?
There's also. Wait, weren't we going to go to?
Damn it, Sam. I predicted Marquette like 20 episodes ago. We can't go there now. It's over. It's gone. You missed it. Go to the Feywild. Do it.
One of the vestiges is in Marquette.
Which one?
Hang on. Cabal's Ruin,
Which is what?
which is a magic devouring
Hold
cloak.
on. Are we alone in this room?
You guys are right now kind of having breakfast in the guild hall. There's maybe two other individuals in the room. One of them is kind of drunkenly asleep and snoring. The other appears to be just going about their business.
I'm just saying.
Okay, I'll speak quietly.
Okay, I think that's a good response because they didn't overly, Matt just kind of dropped them into it's a new day, it's a new dawn, it's a new day, it's a new life for them. And it makes sense that they are not in a private area, but it was not established that they're in a public area. You know what I'm saying? So I think it's a question that makes a lot of sense from Travis. And I think that's a good response to it is like, oh, yeah, you are in a public area, but this dude's like asleep in the corner. This dude doesn't really seem like he's paying any attention. So it establishes what makes sense in the moment. It's actually, I got a comment about like plot building versus world building DMs, which I may want to make a longer content piece on at some point. But they were talking about like they feel like world building DMs lean more into the Watsonian reasoning, which is like the in fiction rationalization when they're improving. Whereas plot building DMs lean more into the Doyleist reasoning of saying, when they're improving, this happens because it makes sense in the meta fiction. And I think that Matt did a good job of balancing there of, okay, yeah, it makes sense for you to be public, but that would also be kind of shitty. If I now punish you for something that wasn't established. So he had a good kind of threading of the needle of, okay, here, yes, you are in this public area, but also the people that are here, don't seem to have any reason or don't seem to be listening in. It's a good bit of improv. Would be a dick move for the villains to learn something by overhearing a discussion happening in a conceptual space of beginning of the morning. Exactly. And now that we've established the non-conceptual space, now we can, work within that. Maybe someone could, listen in, overhear, whatever. So I think fair question from Travis, but yeah, it would be a huge dick move. For them to be in a non-established space and then someone actually over here. So I think that Matt handled it really well. This playing feels half in character and half out of character. Yeah, exactly. So yeah, I think it pretty instantly solid bit of DMing from Matt there. And I had something else. What was it? Oh, the vestiges. I think this is a good example of how exactly do I phrase this? This is not something you can always use. I want to be clear about that. It's not something that always works, but I like the conceit of the treasure hunt, which is kind of what they're on right now. They're on like several mini treasure hunts for all of these vestiges because it gives a limited decision space for them, but it still gives them things to grasp onto and to work with. So they have a lot of options. They have this long list of vestiges that they can go after that will kind of guaranteed put them in at least a general direction that Matt probably has some amount of prep for and some amount of story and like ideas on how it will work into the larger plot. And I think that this sort of thing is a really good thing to have. Like that sort of limited but also wide decision space is good for a huge threat like Thordak, right? Because the Chroma Conclave is this insanely huge threat. And I think that some other ways that Matt could have taken this might not feel as good. Like, for example, say Thordak was like a lich or something. And this lich comes out of nowhere, takes down the entire fucking world, and you immediately, he's like a skelly boy with a big old staff, and you're like, oh, that's a lich-looking motherfucker. And you're immediately like, okay, we have to find his phylactery, and you get a clue that leads you to a person that leads you to a dungeon that has a book that tells you where the phylactery was hidden, and it's like in a grave, but then they get to the grave and then it's not there and there's evidence. You can take them on this very linear path, but I think that is where, especially for this arc, that could start to feel like railroading, specifically because the Chroma Conclave kind of came out of nowhere. Well, I talked about it a little bit at the beginning of the arc. There was an amount of foreshadowing, but it was a sharp incline in like the foreshadowing compared to the events that happened. You know what I'm saying? It was really drastic how quickly the Chroma Conclave like rose to power and how much of an impact they had in like a very accelerated time frame. So if you pair that with then a linear quest to find this phylactery afterward, I think you can start to get into railroading territory, because it feels like they were forced relatively to accept the quest, and then the quest has one path through. I think the linear path can work really well for like optional stuff. So say that there was, that's kind of how each individual vestige is, right? Like the individual vestiges are relatively linear. They just go there and get it, but they're all optional. And they have so many choices. So it's a forced quest, but the way that they go about approaching the quest is not forced at all. They could go after one of the dragons. They could go after a vestige. They have a lot of options, but it's all very confined within this space. It's not go anywhere and do anything, which if they didn't have the vestiges is sort of where they'd be at, right? If they didn't have the vestiges to go after, it would almost be too open of you have to address this quest, but I'm not going to give you any like sub objectives on how to do that. You know what I'm saying? Which is kind of how this questline started, of just gather your allies and then eventually Matt dropped the vestige. Like when I say drop, like lore dropped the vestige stuff. So it's this balancing act of like linearity with optionality, like forced quests versus optional ones. They kind of all go together. It's balancing them in conjunction, because if you go too hard in any of the directions, it can maybe feel too open or it can feel too closed. You want to kind of balance it in the middle. And I like the vestiges for that. I like this kind of treasure hunting vestige motif, you could say. But you could do a similar thing with gathering information on weaknesses, on histories, on strategies. Maybe Raishan has a super distinct gimmick to how they go about fighting, like a real like effective strategy that Raishan developed that no other dragon has ever utilized. And there's rumors of this, but no one knows what the strategy is. That can also very much work, like researching what that strat is so that they can be better prepared for the fight. Super similar to going and gathering a vestige. It's like a piece of information rather than a piece of loot. So I think you can balance those together or tailor them for your party. If your party's more into loot, then you can go with the more like hunting down these magical artifacts. If they're a little bit more like political players, information players, less concerned with direct loot, then you could go the other direction. Maybe they have a hyper-specific weakness or a hyper-specific strength, and gathering that information will help take them down.
There's apparently a magic devouring cloak who's being worn by the it's in Ankarel. Being worn by a merchant warrior with a missing eye.
Okay. There's one in the bottom of the sea somewhere.
And there's a really beautiful, strong bow in the Feywild.
No, let's go to Feywild. We at least know that.
I say we drop everything. We take a picked stop in Whitestone and head towards the Feywild.
So technically,
empty our bags.
Well, we don't necessarily even have to head towards the Feywild.
No, we do, Marisha. Stop it. Interesting observation with how advanced they are. One would feel like the vestiges would have less impact than the levels we gain. The real vestiges with a challenging face along the way. Yeah, and I think that I agree with you. I mean, when they first got the Raven Queen armor, I don't remember what it's called, and like Myth Carver, I was a little underwhelmed with them, because they do already have so many magic items. They're so high leveled. But I do think, to a degree, I think it speaks to Matt knowing his players, because they seem to fucking love them. And they like seem to be very bent on, we need to get these vestiges. Even though I think, I don't want to say inarguably, it's definitely arguable, but I don't think that the vestiges were the make or break for the Umbrasyl fight. I think it was much, much more the allies that they had in the herd. You know, that's what really allowed them to hold Umbrasyl down with all of those like chain contraption. And that got them a lot of damage off on it. Obviously, they ended up then following it back, but then it had to use all of its health potions. Like, I still think that was very worthwhile for them to do, that first segment. And so I think, like, demonstrably, the vestiges did not help nearly as much as getting the herd on their side. Now, I guess maybe it's debatable. Did the vestiges allow them to take down Kevdak? I think you could maybe argue that. But either way, the vestiges were not the deal breaker. However, they're still so focused on them. And so it allows for Matt to give them sort of a sense of progression and a sense of preparation. And then when they actually get there, because he started off the arc by so thoroughly characterizing how dangerous these dragons are, but he also doesn't want them to spin their wheels for a while, for forever. And you don't want it to just be dragon fight, right? you don't want them to fight 4 dragons in a row. That'll get boring real fast. So I think that having these sort of vestige interludes are a good way for them to feel like, okay, we got another vestige. We can now take on the dragon. And then when they go to actually fight Vorugal or Raishan, you can introduce something like the herd, which is something that I theorized when we were like watching the herd and Umbrasyl interaction, is that each dragon would have like basically a bespoke thing that will make them easier to fight for the party. Whether that's a bunch of allies, whether that's one strong single ally, it's a one-use item, whatever. And so as Matt, you can sort of trick them into thinking that the vestiges are the important thing when the vestiges aren't. The vestiges are a way to get them around the world, interacting with different people, potentially laying seeds for future plot developments, all of that sort of thing. And delaying out the Chroma Conclave fights. Because I think the Chroma Conclave is an interesting villainous, I guess you'd call it like a set piece, you know? It's an interesting villainous organization, but if they go 1, 2, 3, 4, that's boring as shit. So, and it's going to be really hard to... It's already going to be hard to differentiate the dragons enough to make them not feel samey, but I think he'll do it. Like, he already, I think, changed Umbrasyl in some ways, or maybe not. But I think it'll be, you know, a tough but fair challenge to distinguish their fights at base. But if they do them all back to back to back, it will still feel samey. So the vestiges give a nice little amount of breathing room between, where you can have a sphinx fight or you can have a little dungeon dive under a lake. Yeah, he's fishing with bait. Yeah. Yeah. And it lets him know, if he presents them with this huge list, it gives him knowledge about what they want. I've talked about like vibe checking my players all the time, you know, of like throwing things out there just to see if they bite, and throwing out a big list of magic items gives Matt an opportunity to kind of re-up his understanding of their priorities. So like Keyleth, like going back through the big list, and saying, you know, oh, maybe we could go there, maybe we could go here. And then she pushes through. She's like, I really want the bow. It's interesting. I don't think any of them have mentioned Singorn. Like, neither of the twins have mentioned, like, oh, our father's there. I think since maybe before Umbrasyl. Maybe not even then. I honestly can't remember. They might have. But it's a way for him to re-up their priorities, because now he knows if they don't mention Singorn at all, if they don't mention their dad at all, Matt can de-emphasize that a little bit in his prep. Maybe take it out entirely. Maybe not, you know, maybe leave it in there. But he doesn't need to focus his prep on that. He can focus his prep more in the direction of the moon tree. He can focus his prep more in that direction rather than Singorn. But if they were super, super into Singorn and they said, oh, it's also where this other vestige is, he can put a lot more prep time into Singorn, making that interesting. Maybe talking to them off screen about their father and all that. Maybe put in some foreshadowing in that area. Oh, and you know what? If they do stop by Whitestone like Percy wants, and my moon tree theory is correct, I wonder if we would get any foreshadowing of it with the sun tree. That'd be crazy. But yeah, it's a good vibe check. It's a really good vibe check tool. So yeah, I didn't love how the Chroma Conclave arc started, but putting that aside, I thought there were some really good things about it, but it's actually maybe more, I didn't like the very beginning of the Rising action, I think is more. I liked the inciting incident a lot. And then the very beginning of the Rising action, I wasn't wild about. But ever since they've gotten the quest to go and learn about the vestiges, basically from Osisa, I've been on board. Umbrasyl had invisibility, but I think that's it. Also more HP. I think the conceit for Umbrasyl is that he was going to use his horde. He was willing to use magical items inside of his horde. So my assumption was that it was like a potion of invisibility. Might not have been. Might have been an inherent ability. But that was my understanding of like Umbrasyl's kind of unique thing is he's going to go back and take health pots. He's going to take a potion of invisibility to hide out from them. That sort of thing. But it also might not have been. It might have been just like an inherent ability, which also would have been a fair way to differentiate him. Anyways, I'm gonna stop talking. Our chunk count is huge.
Do you guys remember how I kind of did that thing with Grog's evil sword and kind of like banished it away for forever?
Are we bringing it back?
Yeah.
No.
To the Dread Emperors.
Right.
Yes.
That's not a good idea, Grog.
No, we're not bringing it back. I can do that with the rest of us.
You can banish us to the Dread Emperor's Island?
No, it's not like a banishment. I can plane shift us wherever we want to go to an alternate.
To the
Plane.
Feywild? So we don't even have to find an entrance?
Yeah, we just hold hands and think about it really hard.
No way.
And,
Yeah. It's druid magic. It's great.
and you put us in a safe spot somewhere in there somehow?
I can take us to where we have been before, to where it is familiar.
Have we been there before? I don't know.
Very briefly.
Yes.
Is it somewhere that you have to have been, or can it be somewhere that we have been?
It is somewhere I am familiar with. I believe through means
Wait.
that I am.
Okay, I want to see. I actually don't know the text of plane shift off the top of my head. Because, I mean, talk about trivializing travel. Link or transport, you can specify the target destination in general terms, such as the city of Brass or the palace of Dispotter, and you appear in or near that destination. If you're trying to reach the city of Brass, for example, you might arrive in its Street of Steel. Okay. Alternatively, if you know the sigil sequence of a teleportation circle on the other plane, you can take it straight there. That's cool. Okay, I honestly haven't read the text of this in a while. I'm fine with that. Yeah. So it's not even necessarily something you're familiar with. So they could teleport to Singorn, ostensibly. They return to Whitestone just to find out that it's been stolen. Oh my goodness. Remember to find 5E14 spell rules. Grumble Grumble 5E. Oh, you're right. A metal rod attuned to a particular plane. So that doesn't get consumed, which is interesting. Yeah. Gives DM good wiggle room on proximity. Yeah, I like the wiggle room. I also I like the metal rod worth at least 250 gold. I think the thing about this is that I need to remind myself, especially when like looking at some of these higher leveled spells, is a lot of them are quest enablers. Like I talk all the time about like I like to allow the players to craft things. and I often require like specific monster components or something similar to craft like a magic item. And this sort of reminds me of that. Like, this is, you want to go to the City of Brass, you want to go to the Feywild, you will need to find this metal rod, or you will need to discover a ritual that attunes the metal rod, or you need to take, more traditional, not spellcasty, means of teleporting. There's also, it's like, alternatively, if you know the sigil sequence, if you don't want to do all of this and you want to go to somewhere that might have a teleportation circle, you can also just make the sigil sequence of the teleportation circle its own quest. Like, this entire spell has like 3 quests built into it, depending on where you want to go. Which I like. I think that's cool. I think that's like the thing that I like about the concept of ritual magic is that you need to gather very specific things, or you need to have very specific information that you don't just get from leveling up. I think that's my least favorite trivialization. And that's what, like, we were talking about, like, teleportation with travel last Critical Role, is like a lot of those trivialize it and they don't put any work behind the trivialization besides leveling up. Which this, you level up to even get access to it, and then you have to do a quest to actually make it, like, useful, which I think is good. God, Marissa, why don't you have this 2.5 paragraph spell? So true. She's such a bad druid. Ugh. This 2.5 paragraph 7th level spell, by the way, that I have never seen actually used in game. Yeah. Plane shifter with a briefcase full of different metals attuned to different planes sounds like a cool idea for a PC or NPC. That sounds so sick. Like a fucking Magic the Gathering planeswalker that just has like this little traveling briefcase and has like a coat that has like all these rods hanging off of it. You also make the coat act as like chainmail because it has all of these steel rods. That's a great idea for an NPC. I love that. Creation Bard doesn't care about your fetch quest. Well, that's why Creation Bard is. Honestly, if I were ruling it, I would say the Creation Bard cannot attune things with their creation. I would say that the Creation Bard can make the rod, but cannot imbue the rod. That would be my ruling. I think it's ambiguous, and if you wanted to make a different ruling, you could. But I do love Creation Bard. Creation Bard is really fun. I think that's what makes the wizard class work so well. They have to find spell scrolls in order to add spells to their character. Yeah! I mean, my only wish, honestly, is that I think that Wizards' class identity, we've talked about this. I won't rehash it too much. I just wish they leaned more into it, which I think that the best, or my favorite at least, Wizard spell class or subclass is Scribes, Order of Scribes, because it leans into all of the things that make Wizard interesting. I think the most powerful Wizard spell class is still Divination. Portent is insane. But I really, really like Order of Scribes, and I kind of wish that the Order of Scribes abilities were baked into original Wizard, and some of Wizard's power was removed in other areas. Like, don't give it Arcane Recovery. Don't give it like signature spell. give it the like Order of Scribes abilities, because like being able to change the damage type, I feel like goes into this concept. Yeah. I just wish that their flexibility was an even more like core cool thing about them. But I do think that wizards work well from that perspective. Trench coat with different metals, yeah. I'm just thinking about Wax and Wane now. Mistborn Era 2. Witch Bolt requires a stick that was struck by lightning. You can create an exact replica of one, but it wouldn't have been struck by lightning. Yeah, exactly. It sucks that Witch Bolt sucks. So you don't even really need that. But yeah, that sort of thing. Yeah. I would honestly be down. I would be so down for every class. Maybe except wizard, honestly. I would be down for every class to be a prepared caster, but for material components to be a more substantial part of that. I think it gives shopping a more interesting conceit. Like, we always talk about gold sinks, but we don't talk about, like, I don't even know how to describe it. Like, interest point sinks. Like, I think material components could be that. It's a sink for like optional quests. Then you as a DM can focus on the big stuff. And then if you need to do a randomly generated quest while they're traveling, you can look at some of their spells that they don't have materials for yet and maybe make that one of like the randomly generated encounters, like something that might give them a material component that they need. I don't know what to call that. I guess like optional quest sinks. But I would be so down for everyone to be prepared, so they can choose whatever spells they want, but for material components, like get rid of spell focuses and make material components a little bit more of a thing, so that they have to unlock spells in the world, essentially, rather than just like getting them on level up. And maybe there's like one class that doesn't have to worry about that sort of stuff. You could bake that into a class identity. I don't know if that would work. I don't know if people would like that, but I'd be down for that to be at least like Unearthed Arcana or a playtest. I'm sure that there are problems with that if I thought through it faster. That's just kind of my gut reaction, For my druid to get access to level up spells, my OC has to go back to his druid mentor, so I have to make my team go back home for a day. I think that's fun, especially if your DM is trivializing traveling. I think that's a fun interaction. I had not a DM, but a player. One of the players in the Monster Hunter game that I've mentioned a few times was playing a druid, and he forced himself to attune, like he had to kill a beast and attune to one of its parts before he could like take on that beast form. And it was super cool. Sometimes we went and hunted monsters just for their parts so that our druid could turn into them. It was cool. It was very, very cool, especially in a setting and a conceit where this variety of fauna was such like a central part of it. It was very, very cool. In my own campaign, we just leveled up and I'm going to multiclass my ranger with bard. So how am I going to narratively RP how I learned all these new cantrips / spells? That's one of the reasons that I very rarely multiclass. I basically only multiclass if I have an in-character reason, very similar to Vax with the Raven Queen and becoming a paladin. That is where I go into multiclassing, or that's like the mindset I go into multiclassing with. Now, if you're doing it for a specific build, yeah, it's just, I don't even want to say unfortunately, but it's pretty much purely on you to come up with a narrative conceit or work with the DM on a narrative conceit for how you learned all that stuff. It could be a book, it could be various things, but it definitely is something that like the mechanics don't handle for you. So you just have to handle within the narrative, essentially. Have you seen D&D 5.24 changes to spell prep? I have not. I'm waiting until I can just buy the book and read it all at once. And then we'll see. I stopped following the also I like 5.24. I haven't seen that until just now. I like 5.24 a lot. Instead of the 2024, that's so but 5.24 is great. Yeah, I haven't seen that though. I stopped following all of the like 1D&D stuff. I think about 6 to 8 months ago. I remember the spell schools. I liked the idea of the spell schools a lot. And then certain classes got like you get from it was like arcane, divine, primal, I think. And it's like, oh, you get primal spells that are from the like transmutation school. I thought that was cool. I really liked that. Having like common spell lists and then certain classes just get subsets of those lists. I thought it would bake in a lot more class identity, a lot easier. Yeah, the spell focus cheat gets around that often. Yeah. Basically, everyone is a prepared caster, but some can change more of their spells more often. Oh. We'll see what I think of that. We'll see. But I don't hate that. Off just at first blush, I don't hate that. Interesting. I bet Gilmore has attuned rods behind the counter like cigs and vape carts. Yeah. Druid can change all their prepped on a long. A sorcerer can change 1 or 2. Interesting. Basically the same thing, but more systematic. I mean, I think that's good. I think one of the big problems with base 5e is their focus on natural language and too many overlapping systems. Like too many systems that like had too many subsets. Like spellcasting. I think the best actual delineation was like spellcasting versus pact magic. But even that has a little bit too much overlap, I would say. Like they both use spell slots. They both have this like concept of known spells, but some of them don't. And if you pick up fucking Book of Shadows or sorry, not Book of Shadows, Book of Ancient Secrets, there's some complicating factors, which like that's a pact boon. So maybe it's more okay. Well, it's a pact boon and then an invocation. But I like the idea of putting it all under one system, all under prepared spells, and then giving differences in how they interact with prepared spells, rather than having it be like there's spellcasting and then there are subsets of spellcasting and then there's even more subsets. I didn't love that. But I like this. I like a move towards like more systematic, more keyworded. And then you can still write the rules in like a sort of natural language way. You just like highlight or underline or italicize any keywords, and then people can go to like the glossary to look up what that means. Being able to turn all spell damage into bludgeoning damage seems a bit overpowered. Specifically bludgeoning? Bludgeoning is not what I would think of when I think of that. But I mean, in general, I think spell damage or just damage types in general, they don't have any inherent effect, right? Even something like fire damage that feels like it should have an inherent effect doesn't. Like certain fire spells set flammable objects on fire, and some don't. So fire damage, at its base does not have an inherent effect, neither does bludgeoning damage. I could see if the specific damage types had specific out-of-combat effects, which frankly I think they should. If that was the case, then being able to change damage types all the time would be much more powerful. But right now it's more of a rock, paper, scissors, and it's a rock, paper, scissors that isn't even always relevant. Like, a lot of monsters just don't have resistances or weaknesses. So I think it's fine. I think it just allows for cooler builds with things like Elemental Adept. So yeah, I don't know. I like Order of the Scribe a lot. It is a narrative multi-class, but just to say that I have to work with my DM to figure out how we handle that. Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, because the multi-classing does not provide flavor in and of itself. The way that you level up doesn't provide any of that flavor. You definitely have to work with the DM on that. I've seen 5e14, 5e24, 5.5, but 5 and 524 does seem better. Yeah, I like 524. If they're going to insist on calling it the 2024 edition, I think it should just be 5.5 because they already have a precedent for that with 3.5. I think it should just be 5.5, but if Wizards is going to insist on calling it 2024 edition, I think 524 makes a lot more sense. Warlock multiclasses are so confusing. They really are. They really are. Yeah. And I'm a fan of Pact Magic. Like, I think that Pact Magic as a concept is a really interesting way to differentiate warlocks from the rest of the classes. I'm also a big proponent of fucking sorcerer should not use slots at all. They should just use points. So I'm a proponent of those sorts of things. But I also think that within each silo, they need to be very distinct. Like, I kind of think that Pact Magic, like, shouldn't even use spell slots. They should use something like spell charges or something. Like something to distinguish them even more from the thing. Because I think that even making them use slots is the inherently confusing thing. When they kind of don't need to. Like, they don't interact with slots as slots in the same way that every other spellcaster does. Somehow boiling water deals fire damage. Yeah, exactly. Bludgeoning damage has the most levels. Bludgeoning damage has the most levels? I don't know if I know what you mean by the most levels. Like it's applicable at the most levels? Or like it has like the most... Like it has like the most monsters that it affects? Spell levels? Spell levels. What? I don't think I understand what you're saying, Dr. Ruby. Meteor Swarm? What are we talking about? Also, magical weapon damage ignores all resistance and immunities. Well, it wouldn't be magical weapon damage. It's just spell damage. For Order of Scribes. For Order... here, maybe to clarify what we're talking about. Order of Scribes, 5e. Order of Scribes is the awakened spellbook. When you cast a wizard spell with a spell slot, you can temporarily replace its damage type with a type that appears in another spell in your spellbook, which magically alters the spell's formula for this casting only. The latter spell must be of the same level as the spell slot you expend. I don't know. I'm not sure what making it bludgeoning what is powerful about making it bludgeoning. But maybe I don't know. I don't know if I'm just misunderstanding. But anyways. Play.
Familiar. Singorn is in the Feywild.
Yeah.
Normally?
No, remember?
No, not normally.
No, but they transferred the entire city.
I
So
know, but
technically
you were saying
it's
we've been there, but they just did that recently. Throg's been to the Feywild.
You specify a target
In general terms.
general terms.
Such as City of Brass on the elemental plane of fire.
Is that where we're going?
No.
Oh. Sounds fun.
It does, actually.
If you guys want to go to the plane of fire.
Okay, I really want to get to the bottom of this. But, like, so what's the like, I still don't understand what the thing about bludgeoning is in this case. I like why is it being bludgeoning good? That's what I'm saying. Like, you're casting a spell either way, and bludgeoning in and of itself doesn't do anything. So why is it good if you can turn any spell at any level, you know, any spell except for 8th level, into bludgeoning damage? That's the thing I'm disconnecting on, because it's like, why wouldn't it be as good to turn it into like force damage? I don't even think bludgeoning is the most common weakness. I think the most common weakness in D&D 5e. Weaknesses. Oh, don't care. Or vulnerability, not weakness. Vulnerability. Most common vulnerability. Fire is the most common vulnerability, according to deleted 5 years ago. But so that might have changed. You just don't get it. I don't. But I want to understand, because this seems like something that I'm just missing, but I don't know what I am missing. It's the least likely physical type to be resisted. Is it? Interesting. I don't know the stats on that. I just tried to do that quick Google, and it did not seem to return any very strict results. I don't know. Maybe I'll stop taking up stream time with it. But maybe if there's like a more, if you can explain to me the reasoning behind like why turning it into bludgeoning damage is good, rather than fire or psychic or force or whatever, let me know, because I am curious about that. But yeah, either like in the Discord or the comments. I'm very curious. But yeah. Anyways, I'll leave it there for now. I know why, but I'm not going to tell you. Thanks, Robin. So helpful. Robin's always so helpful.
That's like a hike and a jump through a hole.
No.
We've done that already.
Plane of fire, just a Feywild.
All right. Yeah, I can get us there. I can get
The
us there.
Feywild. How big is the Feywild? Is it like a
very
football
big.
field?
It's a whole other plane.
It's
Well,
a,
then how do we know where we're going in the Feywild?
I imagine we'll figure it out once we get there.
Do I know anything about the Feywild? Would I have
You
the
have
basic?
no
I have no knowledge.
Would we know
What
anything?
about me?
Would we have learned something about it in
You guys know, you have a general idea of it. And you
Team half-elf,
You somewhat, yeah, somewhat just through learning. You never actually visited there. The Feywild is a near plane, a plane that overlaps this like prime material plane. It's a version of the world you live in right now that is shifted and changed in a place where time, distance is relative and shifts. Nature grows rampant, and in cases it's hard to really expect its direction. Things and entities exist there that prefer to trick and lose wanderers. It's a very, very strange place where, some people believe elves initially come from or crafted from there, or at least...
Do the two of us know enough that were you to jump from the same place here, would you necessarily end up in the same spot in the Feywild?
You have no
Or is
idea
it
about
crafted?
that.
We don't know.
You don't know anything about the transition to the Feywild. You just know that certain doors open at certain times, especially when full moons at certain locations, the classic toadstool rings, areas where the moonlight and the realms can be a little thinner in the barrier. Doors do open, and those are where creatures can transition out or through. But you do know it's a place of Fey magic. It's tricky. It's difficult to follow.
Terrible.
Very,
Sounds awful.
very like Oberon and Titania. Weird, interesting.
Question.
Yes.
Okay.
Good question.
It says, the Wrath of the Fey Warden is what we're looking for, the bow. In that it now acts as the heart of a cancerous tree corrupting the verdant land. Is there something I could do to maybe try and...
Hold on, is our stream off? Are we offline right now?
I'm checking. Just wait.
Hold, please.
Is that still online? Hang on.
Loot crate.
No one can see it.
Check out Loot
No,
Crate.
it says it's offline.
Refresh it.
Fine.
Like quit the program and get back in.
The chat is saying it's off.
No, we're still online.
Oh, okay.
Tell them to quit and relog in.
Back.
Okay, it's back. It's back.
Okay.
What happened? I'm not showing any drop frames on my
Whoa, we were in the Feywild for a second.
Guys missed 6 episodes. Everything turned out okay.
God, and we got the warden thing.
I finally transferred my internet issues away. I got it all away. Let's go. Let's go. It happens to them too. I know it's social. I know. Let's go. Interesting. And Marisha's thinking along the same lines as me. I think she's talking about like, oh, it's corrupting a verdant land. I think she's starting to put the pieces together. I think I'm putting the pieces together. I don't think nothing resists magical bludgeoning, slashing, or piercing. But the barbarian. Oh, okay. So you're okay. I mean, I think that's like the fun part. Because like, okay, it's on a wizard. So like when we're talking about like overpowered, it's already on a wizard that has the most choices of any class, period. So they're pretty much always going to be able to choose a spell that avoids it. And in this case, they have to have a spell that would overcome that. So it just allows them more flexibility for basically secondary effects, which I don't think is going to go towards overpowered. I think it's going to be purely cool. Because remember, at the end of the day, when we pick Order of Scribes, we're giving up portent. Whenever we're evaluating a wizard subclass, we got to evaluate it against portent on divination. And if it's weaker than that, then it's not going to make that big of a splash. And I would claim that Awakened Spellbook is. But super fun, I still think. Magic missile, but it's fists. Yeah. Yeah, I just think it's cool and fun. Basically. Case by case during casting. Yeah. Anyways, but this talking about the Feywild, at certain times, certain doors open, which I know is like, that's like normal Feywild lore, but it's also, like, that's normal like Fey Crossing lore, but it is also interesting given all the planar shenanigans that are going on, that Matt highlighted that so distinctly, you know? And I think Marisha's on the same track as me. Of, oh, it's the heart of a cancerous tree, corrupting the verdant land. Where is he? I'm playing.
No, dragons.
Guys, I'm so glad we won D&D.
Yeah, that's the best.
Beat it. Okay,
Good question.
Roll the credits. Let's go.
can I maybe sense a sick tree? Or maybe, you know what? Let's go to Whitestone. Let's go to Whitestone and drop some stuff
You know,
off.
because the more I think about it, I mean, we almost just died many times, and the last time we tried to get a vestige, it almost killed us, and maybe we just need a little bit more preparation? Maybe?
Let's empty our bags. Let's prepare ourselves. There are certainly stories in the woods of Whitestone of strange happenings, so I'm sure that there's probably some connection to the Feywild, and we'll see what happens.
Make sure Whitestone is actually preparing something underground just like Western, and...
Well, we have something.
Yes, they have something underground.
Exactly, but there's a spinning orb of death there, so... There's that.
Which, to be fair, is probably going to keep a dragon away.
Yes?
But I also think we've earned more than a single day of rest.
Yes.
Let's go to Whitestone.
Let's go to Whitestone.
All right.
What's that? Where's the sea?
The Osmond
where the-
Sea?
Yeah.
The Osmond Sea is to the east of you, east, southeast, and that is a wide gulf that separates. From your perspective, looking at me, there is Othanzia, Osmond Sea, and there is Tal'Dorei right here.
Oh,
so,
okay.
separate map.
Bless you.
Bless you.
The water Ashari live in the Osmond Sea.
Are they like mermaids?
No, I think they've got an island.
It's also the sea that I sailed.
Really?
And you'll
But how familiar are you with it?
I'll know it well.
How familiar are you with the sea?
I'm pretty familiar with it.
Yeah.
Well, if we go there.
Good.
Wait, can I see the list of vestiges?
The one in the bottom of the sea is called Whisper, right?
Whisper? A blade. Yeah, forged from metal, pulled from the far realm, was center of many dark rituals.
It now lies at the bottom of the Osmit Sea, sunken with the lost ship, the Shrew.
The Shrew!
Stored 300 years ago, near an island of glass. Anyone know about the island of glass?
Have you heard about an island of glass?
Have I heard about an island of glass? As
As
a hiker, I heard of an island
Have
of
both
glass.
of you guys make history checks.
All right. I rolled a natural 1.
You barely know what glass is right now.
Guys, water isn't glass.
I
That's
would
stupid.
have a theory as to what it was.
You rolled a 20.
You rolled a 20?
Not a natural 20.
Ooh, go Pike, go.
20.
Should I roll it to figure out that this was probably an active volcano that created this?
Make an intelligence check.
I'm down.
Oh, man.
No. Wow.
Team ones. Woo!
Natural 1.
Snitch.
It doesn't quite come to you, but what it could be. I mean, the idea of a volcano possibly comes to
Isilra? Is it not Othanzia? Oh, is Othanzia's a subset of Isilra? I do think I know that. I think that's somewhere else. But yeah. I just realized that Taldore is kind of shaped like Westeros. Now that I kind of look at it. Othanzia is a subset. Got it. That makes sense. And then is the Osmit Sea this one or this one? They definitely just said it. I'm going to go this one, and then someone can correct me if that's wrong. But I think that's about where it is. But this is my current mental map. And then Iman is over here. And then West Run. And then like Whitestone up there. Between IM and T. Okay. So yeah, this is the Osmit Sea. Do Oz. Yeah. This is my general understanding of like the important regions. This is Oz. And then over on Isilra, fucking somewhere, is Vasselheim. The T-cities are close enough. Yeah. And then I think Craghammer's like somewhere like up in here-ish. And then nailed Vasselheim. Let's go. And then there's like mountains and more mountains, I think. And then like, I think like some fucking mountains over there. This is my very vague and broad understanding. And then it's like Frostweald like down here-ish. And I think that the Fey Crossing is somewhere in there. And then like Gat Shadow's like up here. Pretty good. Let's go. Let's go. I have a lot of them noted in the actual articles. And then I think like the Pyro was like somewhere north of this. Let's go. Yeah, this is my current understanding. But honestly, and this is like kind of part of the not like this isn't even like a complaint. It's more just like I haven't had to think about it too much. Is like the actual spatial geography hasn't really mattered up until now. Like, where exactly things are in relation to each other hasn't particularly mattered. They have basically just teleported to somewhere nearby. Even if they haven't, like, been to somewhere before, they just, like, teleport to someone nearby and then walk there. It's more like, it's almost more like it's more like Deathloop, where there's like these isolated maps from each other where the actual relationship between the maps doesn't matter because you can just teleport from map to map and then the geography within the maps starts to matter. So like where the Frostweald is between like Westrun and the mountains matters, but where the Frostweald is in relation to like Whitestone doesn't matter. So I've thought about like the relational geography much more like locally. So I only have like a vague picture. But that's also because they don't need to think about it too much, so they haven't needed to get a more detailed picture. Looks Alexandria map, looks identical. Let's go. I got there. In my head, Pyra is southwest, but I'm not sure if that's right. I think I have a note on it. It doesn't super matter. I'll pull it up while we play. But yeah, that's my current understanding.
Mine, but
I'm distracted.
Yeah. You have not been there. You haven't seen it. But some of your crewmates, while you were traveling aboard your ship for that 5-6 month period, a couple of them did mention something about on the sea, a mirage-like island that glistens in the distance. But they were said to avoid it because it was dangerous.
Did they say where it was?
No.
Damn it.
And many tales of the shrew.
Yeah?
The ship lost its
You know of the shrew.
Really?
You definitely know of the shrew.
All sailors know of the shrew.
What's the story of the shrew?
It is
sailor.
just there was a storm. There was a storm 300 years ago
Near an island of glass.
near an island of glass,
It's really bad.
and the shrew just didn't.
It was tamed.
Yeah.
tamed.
I was waiting for it to.
Come around again.
Well,
Yeah,
it's
it's
true
good.
fit.
It's good.
tail, but we'll get there one
What's the plan?
Whitestone.
Yes,
Go to
Whitestone.
Can I make one other suggestion?
Oi.
Yeah.
Imon, go take Thordak right now.
Good call.
Yeah, one
Flip a
take
coin.
that.
You know
bold.
what?
It's
Grog,
a good plan,
It's
Grog.
cheeky.
we will put that in our back pocket and we will think about it.
That helmet is really
You could
something else.
really do something terrible to him with that thing.
I'm just saying, like, I think we have an edge now.
I think you're probably right, but let's just be safe.
Technically true, yes.
And make
You
sure
do
that
have a
Whitestone
point.
is safe before we do such a thing.
Percy, we are in a
Yeah,
place that
maybe.
has an airship dock.
That is true.
We could go steal an airship.
Could steal an
You
airship.
don't need an airship.
Don't
we have
need an
instant
airship.
Ability to
It
transfer.
would
So
be
that's-
so cool, though.
How about this? When we defeat
Then we
all
wouldn't
the
have to go
dragons,
to Whitestones. We could
kill all
hold
the
all
when
of
we
the
kill
things.
all the dragons,
But we could hold all of our things on the airship.
That will
and I
be
could
the
have
first thing we
cannonade,
do
and if
when
we fire-
Thordak dies.
Party
is
on
we
an
jump
airship.
on an airship.
on the airship.
we'll buy it. We'll buy it with all the gold that we've stolen from all the dragons. It'll be great.
We don't need the airship. It's the dragons and dragons. Just
All the fun is gone.
What are we
out.
doing?
We're going to
Go to
Whitestone.
Whitestone.
Before we leave, you want to sell those stupid white dragon scales?
No.
All right.
No, let's go to Whitestone.
Through a tree.
All right, as you guys walk outside of the Slayer's Take Guild Hall, you find the nearest tree, which you've used before to traverse. As you all begin to step through the portal, Percy and Scam look over their shoulder at the distant skyport and see the one airship docked there and think one day,
So handsome.
Someday it will be ours.
You'll make a fine sailor.
Passenger.
Bobby.
you jump through
Cabin
and
boy.
emerge
Cabin boy.
out the other side. As you step out of the portal, you find yourself jumping out of the center of the sun tree.
Can I do something?
Nope.
What do you want to do?
Like, while I'm in the tree, can I do something? Like, okay, okay. No. So they go first. Go. And I gotta start teleporting through the tree. And while I'm kind of like in the sun tree, I just want to be like, hey, boo. I missed you. Have you heard of this whole cancerous tree situation in the Feywild? Shh. No, I'm in the middle of the tree. I'm in the tree.
You're stuck in the
As
tree.
you finish this thought, you hear this sound emerge. And realize it's the sound of the whole portal you've made closing behind you because it only lasts for 6 seconds and you should probably get the hell out of the tree.
I step out of the tree.
As you step out, a voice goes, hey, boo, sorry. Behind you.
I'll talk to him later.
This is okay. This just a quick. They could turn the ash into a maid cafe. Oh my goodness. But this is something that I have harped on the don't make a roll. Or don't ask if you can make a roll. Say what you're doing, and the DM will tell you what roll to make or whatever to do. This is another example of that same concept, but like on a more like not vague way, but like a more sort of a different way. I just love what Matt says. No, exactly. It's like, I think as a player, and I think that this is this is something that is something you have to work into at a table. It's not going to come super naturally, but I've loved to see, I think Marisha has really started doing it, of don't ask if you can do something. Just say, I'm going to try to do this thing. And then the DM will just tell you no if you can't. And I think that leads to much more interesting and flowing and fluid gameplay to an extent. It's like if you go through the process of like, while I'm in the tree, can I do something? And you can even see Matt like hesitate. He's like, I'm sure in his head, he's thinking, well, it depends on what it is, because she's trying to establish essentially a rule that will then allow her to do the thing she wants to do. But DMs, as I talked about with the Raven Queen Temple and this fucking pool that has now established a rule of this is how you commune with the Raven Queen. The moment you establish a rule, it's baked in there and the players will use and abuse it. So I think experienced DMs especially are hesitant towards establishing distinct rules when they don't have to. So as a player just saying, I'm going to try and do this, allows the DM to evaluate it without necessarily establishing a concrete rule. So it allows them a lot more flexibility on how they even respond to your request. And I frankly think you're going to get your weird request more of the time if you go through that sort of situation. But it's something that you as a player have to get used to. It's something the DM has to get used to. But I think overall, it results in a more fluid and flowing and dynamic table that spends less time out of game and more time like in the fiction, which I think is one of my like tentpole good things to do. So I like that she like tried to kind of explain it and then she just fucking went for it. She was just like, okay, while I'm like in the transition, I'm going to try to say this. And then Matt kind of intakes what she says and is like, okay, you get the sense that you need to move. Just essentially saying, no, you can't do that. But in a much more interesting way. That's a way more interesting way to say no as a DM than to actually just say it. So I think it's a funny example and a good example of like staying in as long as you can. You know what I'm saying? You stop to talk to the tree and it snaps back together, spitting you out, but dealing you 5d10 damage. You know what? Honestly, if she had decided to stay in there, I don't think that's that unvalid. If she had been, if he had done the first thing of like, you get the feeling you should step out, and she's like, no, I really want to like try to do this, then I would be like, okay, give me like a dex save to be able to get off the message and get out in time. It allows more opportunities when you don't have to establish these hard rules. But that's also, I know that my mindset might be, I don't want to say necessarily unique, but I think I might focus on this a little bit more because once I establish a rule, I try really, really hard to stick with it. I don't like reversing or changing rulings as it goes on. So the more I can avoid rulings and like really stick to like a core few and then leave some of the rest of the stuff ambiguous, that I like that more. She just doesn't want to prep talk with plants. Don't give her an inch. Don't give her a fucking centimeter. Yeah. But yeah, like it.
You guys emerge. Due to the time difference, as you land here in Whitestone, looking at where the sun is in the sky, it's early afternoon, close to the morning where you guys just stepped away from. There are people in the streets, and you see a few, a little bit of life has returned to this town square. Though still, doing by comparison, there are folks now that are bringing in actual healthy, looks to be fruits from nearby trees. There's a little bit of trade going on. This is the first real chance you've had to see a little bit of a little bit of Whitestone coming to life again. As you emerge from the tree, a few individuals kind of nearby stop and look and smile and kind of wave, recognizing you as you approach.
Are there any leaves on the sentry yet?
Actually, no, there are not. There are no leaves in the center.
Because it's winter.
Whatever.
We should check with the border patrol.
There's a border patrol?
Yeah.
Wolf.
Oh, the wolf.
I'll whistle as loud as I can.
Okay.
What's his name?
I don't know. I might be able to find it.
Oh, hello. Harold?
I just want to go find Zara and give her a hug and say hello and see how she's doing while he's talking to the wolf.
Okay. You whistle as loud as you can for a little bit. Nothing.
Must be off doing something important.
You head off, and asking around, you find Zara is actually up in Castle Whitestone right now, just poring through one of the studies of books, and is currently just reading on her own. As you eventually ask around and find your way there, entering the room, you see her with a small set of spectacles at the end of her nose. She takes off and, my darling, Victoria, and comes up and just gives you a big hug and picks you up, sets you down. I'm so glad to see you're all right.
Dear, the dragon arrow you gave me. Killed him. Well, I didn't kill him, actually, with it, but I did a lot of damage.
You killed the dragon?
Umbrasil, dead. One down.
I knew you would.
Where's Cashew?
I don't know. He's testy these days. I'm sure he's around.
I know his name is fucking Kashar. You guys aren't there.
Probably down in the city somewhere. He's helping where he can. You know, broody types.
I do know broody types.
Yes, you do.
What you reading?
Oh, I'm just learning about the history of Whitestone, and very intrigued as to the actual properties of this stone the entire town is built on. There's a lot of really interesting things that can be done with the materials in these mountains.
I'm sure you have ideas.
I do.
I sit down next to her and ask, just catching up and see if they've spotted any dragons.
Okay. You guys continue conversation, catching up, letting her know how things happen, and vice versa. You don't get any feeling that any dragons come by. Apparently, there have been a few other arcane practitioners that have been helping set up some sort of a barrier to help essentially dissuade attention towards the city. The idea of keeping this place kind of as far off the map as possible should any prying eyes find their way there. It's in the process of being set up right now.
Zara, how long did it take you to make that arrow?
Honestly, I think it's because when guys think of like husky, drawn out voices, it is almost, I think they just think sexy. Because I did not interpret Zara as like talking super like boudoir. But I think that is just Matt's closest approximation of Zara's voice. Because I'm like, how would I do Zara's voice? And unfortunately, I think it's relatively close to that, which is not that close. So, yeah.
Few weeks?
If I were to give you some more money, do you think you could do it again?
Probably, based on what... If I'm able to use some of the resources here within the castle, maybe.
I'll talk to Percy, but I'm sure it's for a good cause.
All right, perhaps I can.
I'll come find you, dear.
Wonderful. All right, what else are you guys trying to achieve here?
I am trying to find Sean Gilmore.
That's his first name?
Sean Gilmore?
Yeah.
Yeah, Sean.
Sean?
Yeah.
What?
How did you know that?
He's
Well,
told
that was
us.
a long time ago.
I fucking know. I remember.
Tattooed at the small of his back.
Oh, right.
Yeah, he's got a
right,
tramp stamp.
Tramp stamp.
Can I accompany Max on this trip?
Sure, come on.
I want to see you, Gilmore.
Let's just start asking around town for him.
You start asking around. You come across a few folks you recognize. You find a few of the guards who had helped you in like the initial reconstruction of the city and such, and asking around. One of the nearby guards kind of takes his helmet off and it's like, first off, I'm so excited that you guys are back. Glad you're all safe. I heard that you were off to do some dangerous things.
You got right.
Well, great. I'm glad that you've survived. Looking for Mr. Gilmore. He's actually down with the Realm Seer. They're inspecting the ziggurat underneath the city, so you can head down there if you wanted to find them.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm not terribly familiar with Whitestone. Can you point us in the right direction?
It's under the castle.
Castle. Yes. Can't miss that.
Yeah, we've been there before. Yeah, let's go.
Let's go.
Put the helmet back on. Thank you again for all that you do. Kind of like clicks his heels together and continues walking through the city.
All right. Yeah.
I guess we'll head down to the ziggurat.
All right. Everyone else going with?
Fuck yeah, let's go.
Yeah.
Taking a trip?
Sure.
Oh, we're all going down to the ziggurat?
Yep. Nothing else to do.
Sure.
All right. You make your way down to the basement area of Whitestone Castle, into the family catacombs, which have been cleaned up, and you can see that at least Cassandra's put a little bit of care into restoring it to what it was before. The tunnel that was carved in has been given a little more support, and as you're making your way down a familiar tunnel, the same tunnel where you had the showdown with Orthax, you hear a few voices from up ahead. Two familiar voices. You hear the echo of some older, gruff, elderly gentleman, and a little more rambunctious, familiar voice. As they turn the corner, you see them in deep in conversation as the Realm Seer himself, hunched forward with his white hair and balding top, turns around.
And it's a great mystery to me that they can be... Oh, look! They've returned, Vox Machina themselves.
And Gilmore, at this point, opens his arms, standing and healthy. It's,
Hey, that's
my God, I've been waiting for you to return. All of you. It's so graciously clean.
You look so healthy, Gilmore.
I
Look
have you to
at
thank
you.
for that. Still a ways to go, but...
But in 2 or 3 weeks, it's not bad. You're looking well.
Oh, you can have Kima to thank for that. She's been quite attentive to my needs.
How is Whitestone finding you?
Curious places, Whitestone.
Oh, this is why I miss playing in person. The physicality, the nonverbal physicality does not always come off, but
Looking well.
Oh, you can have Kima to thank for that. She's been quite attentive to my needs.
How is Whitestone finding you?
very straight back, just has she?
Curious places, Whitestone. It's, the company's interesting.
Sure.
Realm Seer laughs. He's like,
So I've heard.
We've spent a little bit of time looking at this strange oddity beneath the city, and I'm not going to lie to you, it's really confusing. I have a few theories on it, as does the Arcanist, but we're still comparing notes, and we don't want to jump to any conclusions. His tests have been inconclusive and rather dangerous so far. However, before anything else goes underway, I believe there is a very important bit of business that we must attend to.
Business? What business, Gilmore?
And he walks straight up to Grog and just gives you a big hug.
Oh.
Pats you on the shoulder and is like, you big lug.
You, Gilmore.
Walks over to you, kind of kneels down and kind of gives you a little pinch on the cheek and is like, looking as spry and smiley as ever, I see.
Hello, Sean. I give him a kiss on the cheek.
Oh. Turns to you. Vexalia, look at you. I hear, if my words say correct, that you folks are a recent dragon slaying bunch.
That we are.
Good to know. Skips over you.
That's the last.
Goes to Scanlan and goes to ruffle your hair. It's like, and you, my little bardish friend.
Little.
No, you're actually physically little.
Oh, I know.
You are a tinier person. Embrace it. What makes you different?
That's true, I suppose. Yes, that's absolutely. We've been spreading the good word about you and your works.
So I've heard from all sorts of interesting folk.
Yeah.
I only hope one day to wear clothes as fine as you.
Oh, that's a nice compliment.
Percival,
Patron,
thank you for taking me into your home.
you are do nothing but brighten these halls.
I'm happy to keep things lit. At which point he goes to look towards you, and the Realm Seer is sitting there kind of tapping his arm. He's like, all right, get on with it. We've got work to be done. And he's like, shh, you be quiet. These people have saved my life. Keyleth, sweet Ashari princess.
Hi, Gilmore.
You've grown. You can see it in your eyes. Gives you a big hug.
Give him a hug back.
Max. Axeldon. Light of my eye. Smiling boy. And he walks up and puts his hands across your shoulders and kind of cups your face. I've missed you most of all. And pulls you in for a big hug and lifts you up off the ground.
Oh,
You're strong enough to
hey,
be careful of your
As
wounds.
she sits you down, he's like, oh, I shouldn't have done that.
Pat him on
My
the ribs.
apologies.
That's
Don't touch that. It's still very tender.
It's fantastic to see. You're a sight for sore eyes yourself. We're very happy to see you.
My sight is sore, so this works out well. But please, these tunnels are dank and not becoming of us. Dinner should be having soon, and you should join us now that you've returned, please.
Before dinner, I think we were all just curious on the state of the ziggurat, as we were calling it, or spinning
talk over
orb
dinner.
of death.
Let's
is
talk
what we
over
call
dinner.
It. All right.
Wait,
yeah,
but you
sure.
said you were doing tests on it, right? Did you throw things at it? Did it blow up?
That is part of the test. Nothing blew up. Things did go away.
They went away.
They get sucked in, Grog.
Talk over dinner. I hate to have this discussion without Allura here. I think this would be only behoove the conversation if we're all present.
An
We
excellent
have some delicious and very expensive wine.
Oh, yes.
Well,
We could bust out.
wine.
Yeah.
Expensive ass wine we could bust out with dinner.
got me intrigued.
Oh, I
Well,
haven't gotten to wink in a really long time, you guys. It felt so good.
it was a good wing.
To your old
Hard
self.
life.
Good wing. Finest in the land. Well, come to the surface then. This place is dreary.
Yes.
You too, Eskil.
Aye. Too many smiles in this area. Like it. It's jovial. Don't see that around these places too often. It's good to see all of you. Come now, yes, let's move.
You all eventually make your way back to the surface, to Whitestone.
I go to Vex and Pike and go, is this a good opportunity for us to break out our formal wear?
Definitely, dear.
Yes.
I genuinely have no idea what you're talking about.
The ladies take like 20 minutes.
Let's be honest. That's
40
about
minutes.
2 hours. Fucking 20 minutes, my ass. On what plane are you right now?
Not Feywild, but maybe soon.
Same plane as the break room. 5 minutes is 15.
Yes,
Yeah.
Probably 20 minutes. The next day.
On the way out, as we're all walking out, I walk along Gilmore and I give him just like a gentle shoulder to shoulder. Say, it's really good to see you on your feet. It's best smile I've had in ages.
You and me both.
While we're getting ready, I would like to talk to Pike about a certain proposal that happened. No, none of us are interested.
I know, just
What?
because I just.
What happened?
What should I do?
What did you tell him? Did you tell him yes? Did you tell him no?
I just.
Hang on, what exactly did he say, by
I
the
just
way?
said we'll circle back.
We'll circle back. How did he take that?
I think he was fine with it. He just understands that I just.
Dude, I forgot about this. Oh my god. It took me a second to even know what they were talking about. Right. Because Scanlan proposed. Right. And they haven't addressed that. Yup. Mm-hmm. Interesting. Yeah, couldn't be me, Dr. Hoovy. Couldn't be any of my warlocks. No way, no shot. Dude, okay, this is unironically one of the most cosmically sad things about Baldur's Gate 3 is that disguise self is so not useful. Oh my god, I wish it was more useful, dude. I so wish it was more useful. I even wish I would be fine if, like, I don't know, you could, like, only impersonate people that were dead, or it just sucks that you can't impersonate individual people. I understand why you can't. I get it. But man, Mask of Many Faces is the most fun invocation. It's the most fun. Man. But what are you gonna do? He proposed, then took it back. Yeah, that's true. That's right. I'm remembering all this now. Yeah. Okay, we do need to take a break. But let's watch the proposal conversation, and then we'll take a break. Because I have to pee.
Treat proposals like we do our dungeons? We circle back?
Isn't that the only way to just treat all things like this?
I
I
don't-
don't know.
How do you feel about him, Pike?
I just don't know. I just feel so confused.
I understand that.
He kind of wears you down a little, and there's something there for him.
I don't know if that's a good reason to, like, say yes,
Oh,
though.
I don't know. He's just very charming.
He is very charming, and I notice he's becoming more charming
Yeah, what is with that? I didn't know that was possible.
No, I feel like he goes to sleep and then the next morning he's
It's like even more charming. I don't understand it.
What is that?
Like every once in a while, I look at him and I go,
Yeah, no, and then I feel
he's
really...
small, but at the same time, I'm kind of
And
interested.
you kind of think about it for a second, you entertain it,
Yeah.
and then you
But
feel really
it's like-
gross about
and then you
yourself.
feel like, I mean, but if
No,
you're
no.
actually interested, then it's not gross at all.
No, of course it's not gross if you're actually interested.
I know. I've had feelings for someone for a long time, but maybe they're slowly fading. I don't know.
Wait, what?
I don't know if I feel comfortable talking about it.
What?
But it's fine.
Pike, but it's just us girls here.
I know. And we've been through so many uncomfortable things together. Most of life is so uncomfortable. Be comfortable right now.
I don't know. It's still something that I need to think about.
I understand.
You pray to your Saren Ray.
Okay. You do look lovely though when you're
You
dressed.
look so cute.
Thanks. I do a twirl.
Yeah. I do a little air cantrip to make the skirt poof out, you know?
Ooh. I tug up my dress.
Yeah. And hey, do you guys mind tying me up a bit?
Of course.
Nice and tight.
Can you breathe?
No, but that means it's right. All right, I'm
I
good.
assume there's clean clothes for everybody in their quarters anyway.
Yeah. It's all.
I'm wearing the same shit.
And a big hat.
Yeah.
To dinner.
Yeah. I made money for this thing.
All right.
And I'm going to arrange for our stuff to be stowed in the vault.
Okay. Not a worry. All right. So as the sun sets, you find your way down to the proper dinner table. Gilmore is there. Eskil is there. Cassandra's there.
We look fabulous.
You guys look fantastic.
They do.
Yes, we do.
Fine outfits have been provided for the men if they wish to wear them as well. Some do not.
Oh, I am dressed.
I'm dressed.
I'll dress up for dinner.
All right. As you guys sit down, pleasant treats are exchanged. Ooh, pardon. You catch up with Cassandra. Partway through. What?
E3, y'all.
E3.
Yeah.
Sit down, have a beer, watch a game.
2 p.m.
Within the next 15 minutes or so, before food is brought to the table, Allura finally enters in a very, very nice dress, and she's so good to see you all safe.
Laura.
Hello.
I give her a hug.
And gives you a big, wonderful hug, and
How's Kima? We haven't seen her yet.
well, and she looks over this way, and Kima walks in. For the first time you've seen her really out of armor since you first saw her. Her hair is also in similar braids to her side, and she herself is wearing a golden dress, though she's kind of like
Yeah, I know the feeling.
comes in.
Kima.
Oh, you look
Keyleth,
so lovely.
Keyleth goes over and gives her a hug.
She gives you a hug. She's like, "It's good to see you guys. I'm glad you're all right." This feels weird. This feels weird. This feels weird.
It's only for a few hours. Don't worry about it.
What are you wearing?
That's what I'm saying. Do I have to wear? He's not wearing anything. Do I have to wear it?
You don't have to wear a dress.
Don't
Kima.
have to wear it, Kima. It's just a suggestion. Kima, go change. I'll be right back.
Yeah, go change.
She darts off for a bit, and Laura kind of smiles and face palms a
You
bit.
two are at the kitty table.
I'll have to try that helmet on later.
Show some class, man.
Guys, catch up a bit.
I totally forgot that I was after the proposal conversation. I was going to go to the bathroom. So we're going to take a quick break before we hop fully into this this little catch up. It seems with all of the various NPCs. We'll see. These sorts of things, like big gatherings of NPCs, are a lot of times really good ways to direct players or remind them of things that they might have forgotten. All of that sort of stuff, especially when you have a lot of NPCs in at one time. Because when it's like a one-on-one type of deal, it may not make sense for like a particular NPC to deliver a particular piece of dialogue. But when you have this many and this wide of ranging, it's much easier for the DM to not only answer player questions, but also to direct player attention in certain directions, or barring that, like if the DM has no particular agenda that they want to like remind the players of, they can also very easily just use it as fishing, like interest fishing, vibe checking, having the NPCs bring up things to check to see how interested the players are, that sort of thing. So I'm excited to see what we see, and I will be right back. Goodbye. everybody. Welcome. We're back. Hi. Good break? Hopefully it was a good break. What's up? Howdy, OTS Sojourner. Or OT Sojourner. How you doing? I recognize you. Welcome to live. Good to see you. Unfortunately, I haven't been doing as many of the as much of the live Critical Roles recently because of all the internet issues, but I think we might be on the upswing. Hopefully, cross fingers. I'm crossing mine vigorously. But so far, not to jinx it, but we're rocking 0 dropped frames. Not to jinx it. But more Scanlan slander, I know. Just remember who Pike has a crush on? Wilhand basically raised Grog alongside Pike. I do kind of remember that. I don't remember who Pike has a crush on. That is probably not something I took a note about, and I don't remember it separately. But I also don't understand sibling dynamics very well, because I did not have one. So, it hasn't been said who. Oh, gotcha. Yeah, I just see two people that get along and have a lot of fun together. And to me, that's like the foundation of a good relationship. And you theorize, Grog? I theorize, Grog. Yeah. So it's like I think that might just be an amount of me not immediately grokking sibling stuff. Especially because most of the people I know, they're not tight with their siblings. I really can't think of a person that I'm close to that is close to their sibling. The closest is probably my wife and sister-in-law, but they got closer like later in life, and they're also like pretty different ages. I think they're like 4 years apart. So it's not like the same type of dynamic. I've got a D&D question. How smart is my new Goliath barbarian? His intelligence is -1 on top, and bottom is 8, and wisdom is top -2, and bottom is 7. So basically, I mean, I always run it, and I think I ended up being wrong about this, but it depends on, how you run. But either, depending on your interpretation, or maybe not, I don't know. I always run it that like commoners, like peasants, are 8s across the board. I think maybe they're actually 10s across the board. Either way, an 8 is slightly less intelligent than average. Wisdom would be -2, would probably be like -1 is to the point where it's probably not even really noticeable off average, and -2 is probably to the point where it is noticeable off average. So it's like what we might call like, oh, they're very naive, or they like kind of have their head in the clouds, kind of airy-fairy is how I would run it. So to me, that sounds like some, and it depends on how you want to characterize. If I saw that stat and I was like running like a Goliath, maybe assumingly like a barbarian, I would probably run them as very just kind of airy, doesn't think too hard about it, very just kind of charges forward, does whatever is asked of them. But that also doesn't mean that you can't participate in things. So I would try to... I mean, I think that Grog is going to be a good thing to base your intelligence off of like, we always talk about like how dumb Grog is or whatever. But like just like looking at his personality and like how he interacts with planning and strategy and all of those sorts of things is going to be helpful. So I think a really easy example is Grog giving really wide ranges for things. Like in his head, there are like 3 numbers. There is an amount that he can count on his fingers, an amount that's more than that, but not too much more, and an amount that's way more than that. You know, those are basically like the 3 quantities that Grog thinks of. And I think that developing kind of personality traits and heuristics like that are going to be a good way to represent those sort of mental characteristics of... It's not that Grog doesn't know how to count, but it is just that he doesn't care to, and it's probably more effort. And so he just doesn't. And he has a lot of trouble. I think it's especially when it comes to memory. So intelligence, especially in terms of skills and like skill checks, is most often in D&D associated with memory. And you see that like when they ask Grog how many people were there, he's like, I don't know, more than 10? And he's like, I don't know, like a lot. And then they're like, how strong are they? And it's like, well, at least as strong as me, but not as strong. You know, it's all, maybe this is a good heuristic. It's all relational, right? It's all comparative rather than objective. I think that's a really easy way to represent maybe a lower intelligence or a lower wisdom, is to purely relate things rather than giving any sort of objective measurement. So rather than say, how many are there? You just say, more than us. Or less than our party. You know, something along those lines. I think could be a really easy way to represent it. And then once you get more into it, you can start to think of some more detailed ways to represent that. But I think the big thing that I would recommend is never feel like you can't participate. Just think of how you would participate. Like, I really don't like it when people are like, oh, you have a low intelligence, so like you can't help or you can't contribute to planning sessions. It's just like how you contribute to them and like the things that you're focused on. You're probably focused on much more immediate short-term stuff than like multi-step, you know, very complex plans. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, ultimately, how smart are they is dependent. Even very smart people in real life are dumb about some stuff. You know, I know a lot about like math and physics, but I know almost nothing about anatomy. So it's like I'm smart in math, even though I got factorial confused with addition when I was talking about the color pie permutations. Someone corrected me in the comments and I felt very silly. But I know almost nothing about anatomy. So I will seem much more like dumb and uneducated if we're talking about anatomy stuff. So maybe there are just more topics that your character will be like that in, but they still might have some specific topics that they know quite a bit about. Especially because they're overall not that dumb. They are probably just noticeably under average. I got close to my brother when he started working with neurodivergent kids, and he realized why I was so weird for most of my life from his neurotypical view. That's cool. That's very cool. Yeah, like I said, it's just hard for me to overall relate to, because I've just, the only child, and none of my friends had like substantial sibling relationships, even if they had siblings. So I just never really like witnessed it. I run it as int is your IQ. 10 would be 100, which is average. 8 would be 80. You're not stupid, just can't do things in your head that fast. a 20 is 200. Yeah, I mean, and like even IQ is like a very particular measurement that measures very specific things. Like I'm very good at puzzles. I'm very good at like dissecting things off and putting them in their own little containers and like abstracting things. So I've always been good at taking tests. But I'm not great at what you might call like more open-ended intelligence. So like determining the best way to even approach a complex problem is much harder for me, but I would also classify as strict intelligence, which is not something like a standardized test or IQ tests on as well. So it's hard. But you could also, I guess, call that wisdom within the context of D&D. It's all very vague. Sounds good? Sounds good. Boop.
Allura speaks about her and Drake's escape from Westruun. Kima eventually comes back just wearing kind of ratty clothing, shirt, pants, the general wear she'd have throughout the city, and is still carrying her small maul at her side. She has like her little comfort blanket next to the table.
Much better.
Scoots up next to Allura. Gilmore snaps his fingers and wine begins to pour from the servants. Cassandra says, well, thank you all for coming. I believe there is much to get underway here. And she kind of gestures towards Gilmore and Allura, and they nod, and Eskil kind of raises his hand a moment. And so, while you've been gone, Allura, you've been doing this research for a bit. Thank you. So, we've been trying to ascertain the nature of this ziggurat beneath the city. The ziggurat itself is built over what appears to be an ancient temple of Bio. The glass substance, the diluted white stone that has been reformed into glass, is used as a very strong arcane current. A lot of energy was being placed in this location, as there is an actual, appears to be an arcane...
Oh god, okay. Let's open up the transcript. Let's open up the transcript. It's notes time. It's note-taking time. The glass substance, diluted white stone. Okay. The glass substance is diluted white stone. Diluted seems like an odd word there. Potentially a misspeak or something to look out for. Is diluted white stone that is used as a very strong arcane current. Used as very strong arcane current. Okay. A lot of energy was being placed at this location. A lot of energy is being placed at this location as an arcane ley line, a nexus point. I'll probably just end up copying all of this, but we'll see.
A ley line, or a nexus point near and above Whitestone, hence the sun tree's placement.
Diluted works, the stone is weaker. That's what I'm saying. So it would be concentrated, right? He's saying that the glass is diluted white stone. But if the stone is weaker and the glass is stronger, then it would be concentrated white stone, right? I think. Or the white stone is diluted. I needed to sleep. How dare you start without me? Yeah. Wait, let me actually say.
The glass substance, the diluted white stone that has been...
I think it means more like liquid instead of like liquidated. Like you like pressurize it and liquidize, melt it, and then reform it into glass.
Formed into glass is used as a very strong arcane current. A lot of energy was being placed in this location, as there is an actual, appears to be an arcane, a ley line, or a nexus point near and above Whitestone, hence the sun tree's placement.
Yes, of course.
And why it flourishes so well in this region. But everything within a certain vicinity of this temple, of this dark spot, if you will, is eaten. It doesn't vanish, it's not cancelled, it's taken, devoured. Everything placed.
Okay, wait. Everything within a certain vicinity of the temple, of this dark spot, is eaten. It doesn't vanish, it is taken. That is incredibly specific language. All right. It is taken, devoured. Okay.
But everything within a certain vicinity of this temple, of this dark spot, if you will, is eaten. It doesn't vanish, it's not cancelled, it's taken, devoured. Everything placed within that small little globule of darkness is taken somewhere as well. Now, first we thought maybe it was just destroying, but the arcane energy, we feel the flow of it, it's drawing it somewhere. Meaning that this is not I had feared to be a sphere of annihilation, an object of complete destruction. Instead, it feels like it's a siphon. Now, a siphons are very old. Siphons were used in the First War. They were used as a means of transferring extremely powerful raw magic powers. They were placed strategically throughout the world's crust.
Wait, what? Okay. Whoa, extremely old. Okay, is a siphon. Extremely old. Used as a means of transferring raw magical powers. As a means of creating extremely powerful relics. Ah. What? Used as a means. Placed strategically throughout the world's crust at these various nexus points as a means of creating extremely powerful relics. Vestiges, question mark? Okay.
At these various nexus points as a means of creating extremely powerful relics, the ones that you seek, the ones that many of the vestiges themselves were crafted through the use of some of these siphons, but they have been lost in...
Okay, yes. Okay, never mind, confirmed. The ones that you seek, the ones that made the vestiges when yeah, okay. Lol, immediately confirmed, yes. Some of the vestiges. Not all. Some. Okay.
Themselves were crafted through the use of some of these siphons, but they have been lost and many thought destroyed for a very long time, or at least inert. I have reason to believe that this may be one. And it may be active. As to where the other side lies, I do not know. Because each siphon has 2 points.
So it's fair to assume that at the other end of this is something old, something trapped, something hungry.
Perhaps.
Would it be in this plane or another?
I have no idea. Everything we've attempted to put through it that had any sort of magical connection, whether it be through interplanar scrying, anything that would bring us to the other side of this, is crushed, consumed, and transferred as part of it. None of our rituals or enchantments will let us see through this spinning marble, as you call it.
You haven't put any blood through it, though.
Let's not.
No, I'm hoping that doesn't happen.
So nothing survives the transfer. It is destroyed into its purest components, it sounds.
Or
seemingly, yes.
Don't know. I mean, is it that we have no idea what's happened to things put through? Or?
We're still delving into it, and it may be a little while before we figure this out, but this is the best that I can ascertain with my knowledge at my disposal, and the realm...
Okay, so guaranteed have 2 points that are connected by the siphon. Oh wait, these need to be tabbed. So most are inerted laws. Siphons guarantee have 2 points that are connected by the siphon. NPCs theorize that material, or that whatever is put in is crushed and what is it? They didn't say destroyed. You have no idea. Oh, destroyed into its and we'll call it separated. Separated into its purest components, but they can't be certain since nothing since no device or spell that would allow them to observe such a journey survives the trip. Okay. Oh, shit.
Sia and Gilmore can back up this research. We've all worked together this past week, and we're all kind of coming to the same conclusion. She gestures to Gilmore. This is. I've only been in this case personally for a few days of rising health standards and within my body, and I've thrown everything I can at it, honestly, and it's all just come to nothing. Gone.
This is disappointing.
You're telling me.
What about a person?
Well,
I'm not sending a person through there.
to be fair, Grog, I might have tried that a little.
What?
Yes, that's right.
I sort of stuck my hand in the spinning ball of death, and let's just say I'm glad I'm still here standing with you all.
Was it sucking you in?
Yeah, there's a little bit of a disconnect for me of most of the properties that they are describing is an extremely, is a very angry teleporter. But then they are also saying that it is used as a means of transferring raw magical powers. So it's more of a converter and a transferer combined. And then they are placed at the nexus points to create relics. Or they maybe that's one of their purposes, is that they could create relics. I wonder if it's one way. Because that's what I've been implying so far, is that it's a one-way sort of thingy. But maybe it's two-way? Because my original theory was that they were trying to get something into here. And that's why they had to do it on Winter's Crest. Maybe the transfer, maybe it like if the siphon like goes to another plane, there's like loss. It loses efficiency. And so they had to do it on Winter's Crest. That's when the fucking industrial efficiency is highest. It was more about logistics than anything else. And that's why they could move up the timetable. Is maybe originally they were like, okay, we won't even need to put that much in if we do it on Winter's Crest. But if we do it earlier, it's going to be like way more expensive. It'll require us killing way more people. And then when Vox Machina showed up, they're like, fuck, we got to accelerate the timetable because they're going to stop us. So now we have to send way more shit in because everything that we put in is not going to get as much out on the other side. If you want two-way, you need to pay more. Yeah, maybe. But Winter's Crest is like discount day. Winter's Crest is like Wizards Ride Free Day. Liches ride free, demigods ride free. I don't know. Interesting.
It did a considerable amount of damage to my hand and definitely felt like it was sucking me in, and I had to resist pretty hard. But it seems like anything that goes in that sphere doesn't come out the other end intact.
Gilmore, any of you, Laura, have you experienced any kind of draw toward the orb? Do you feel different having been around it for very long?
Gilmore kind of cocks a curious eye to the realm seer. The realm seer thinks and scratches his chin, looks to Allura. Allura looks down at the table, their arms crossed. Looks to Kima. Kima's finishing her big drink. I stay away from it, it creeps the hell out of me. Not to my knowledge. Do you think we should be worried?
Well, I don't know. I mean, it is a very strong relic that we don't know how it works.
The difficulty in our research is most of our means of inspection are, well,
up close and personal.
Arcane nature.
I was hoping that perhaps we could talk about some engineering possibilities of finding ways that science can measure what it is where magic cannot. Something safe.
Science.
In this sense,
well,
as it stands.
We're open to all possible suggestions. We're kind of at the end of our rope for the time being. We may send a few of us across the way to, well, a few different places for more information. We do a bit of traveling ourselves, it seems.
I'll sketch something with my copious free time.
Please do.
No dragons have buzzed by here in our absence?
They kind of look at themselves. None yet, but we've been very careful. We're in the process of installing some semblance of, for lack of a better term, sort of a screen. Ways to reflect and perhaps cloud anyone who attempts to peer too far into the northern regions of Whitestone. The last thing we need is any of these dragons finding their way up north, where you've kept all of us and the refugees safe, so we're trying not to piss any of them off, while also trying to make sure that maybe they're not really looking behind this curtain of cloud.
And any fortifications would be helpful.
Don't dragons sort of see past those things?
We're doing our best to try and meet those standards.
I have another request in that direction that might help. If there was a way to spread the word in the city and amongst those who travel to not speak of us, we should probably not be hailed in this city at all. Our names should be stricken from any record of it.
Laura leans forward on the table. No, you're right. There is merit to that. It will be difficult. Many here look up to you. They see you as the salvation of the city. But I believe we can go about and speak with them and help instill the idea that it's for the better good that you are not mentioned.
Best to be nameless at this point.
It's for their own safety.
It's for
We
everybody.
who must not be named.
The unmentionables.
You're terrible at it.
Yeah. But I trust the unmentionables. I like it.
Laura says, I did find some research on some of these vestiges you were seeking.
Oh. Yes.
There was what I could bring forth from the Cobalt Reserve in Western. There is an artifact that lies in the Feywild, swallowed by a terrible tree.
Yes, the warden.
What's the name of it?
Vestiges.
The wrath of the Feywild.
Not from the Cobalt Reserve, from the Cobalt Reserve. What'd she say? A terrible tree? A terrible tree. Artifact in the Feywild in a terrible tree. Terrible tree? The Unmentionables is so good. I don't get it. Unfortunately. Is it like... I recognize it as some sort of media reference to like the unsomethinginables. Is like the Untouchables? I don't know it. Unfortunately. Unmentionables is a euphemism for your private parts? Unmentionables. Maybe I've heard that as a euphemism. I can't really place ever having heard that, though. Interesting. Now that you say it, it sounds kind of familiar, but I don't know if I've ever heard it before. At least that's what I hear it as. Maybe it's a southern thing? Maybe. Yeah, I mean, none of the words that I have for your private parts are any more like reasonable, so I could believe it. I thought it was underwear. Yeah. It rings a bit of a bell, but I don't recognize it.
Warden.
So you found some information yourself?
Just the name.
Right.
And that it's in the Feywild, but nothing more.
It is this tree that holds it. It's a tree seeded by the betrayal of an archfey whose hatred burned into a black heart of disease.
Oh my god, lore! Lore for the theory. Lore for the theory, we're learning about it. This tree that holds it, it's a tree seeded by as a meant to prevent a shade mark. Sounds nasty. Okay.
The cleansing rivers of the Gilded Run prevent the spread of the shade murk bog that seeps from it.
Sounds nasty.
Doesn't sound very fun, no.
Wait, the name
The
of
Shademark Bog?
The shade murk bog
Ugh, sounds awful.
that seeps from this tree is held at bay by the rivers of the Gilded Run.
the river.
The shade. The betrayal of an archfiend. Cleansing rivers prevent the spread. Let's mirror that to the sun tree. A tree seeded by Pelor, a god whose love burns for the settlers that the tree was planted to protect. The magical ley lines, the magical ley lines feed and attune, or feed and, as was just mentioned, cause the tree to flourish. The rivers and or bog could also be a reference slash mirror to the residuum infused whitestone within the mountains around the sun tree. I just see it. I see it so clearly. Part of me really hopes that the players don't see it, not so that I like have one up on them or whatever, because this will be such a fun reveal. It'll be such a fun reveal if they don't get it, because if I'm right about, this cancer tree being a mirror of the sun tree, it has been so well foreshadowed that the players are going to be like, ah. And that's exactly what you want as a DM. This is why foreshadowing is important, because, sometimes your players figure it out and they feel cool, like me. Or they don't figure it out and then it's a sick-ass reveal. Oh, man. And I feel like I'm right. Normally when I make these theories, I am not very tied down to them, if we're being honest. I'm like, maybe it's right, maybe it's not, whatever. This one, I really believe this one. We're gonna say.
Those are called the Gilded Run?
Okay. Well, that helps us. Those are clues.
Yeah.
And,
And the shade mark bog pours out of the
Out of
tree.
the cancerous tree.
The tree is responsible for a swampy bog.
best I could ascertain from my research.
And what's the name?
Fenthrus, Wrath of the
Fenris
Feywarden.
is inside of the tree that is terrible.
It is very possible.
Okay.
Do you know anything about the vestige itself?
I don't. Fortunately, most of the Cobalt Reserve was destroyed, and I was under siege at the moment from the return of the dragons.
Did you happen to find in your research what perhaps we might face in the Feywild? I mean, we've learned a little bit of it, but I know it's going to be rather dangerous.
I've not been there myself, to be honest. Creeps me out.
No, sorry.
I did find also about the Spire of Conflux. It is a staff that can bend the elements and was taken into the abyss by Joran the Sea Speaker, hero of the Verdant Expanse, but...
All right, yep, for sure. I did also find some of the Spire staffs bend the elements. Oh, it's a Keyleth staff. Okay, we've got a little Keyleth vestige. Cool. Taken into the abyss? We're going into the abyss? Maybe that's where Vecna is. Probably not.
4 centuries back, and was never heard from again.
Joran the what?
Joran the Sea Speaker.
The Sea Speaker? Why is he going into the abyss?
He speaks to the sea?
Perhaps.
Or just the letter C? Cookie Monster.
Hero.
I do have some research about the dragons as well.
Oh.
So, I've done a bit of looking into the personality types, the
Right, he looked into their Myers-Briggs results, right, sure.
habits of some of these chromatics you may be coming up against. The Black Dragon, you seemingly already dealt with, if word is to come to me correctly.
Yes.
Which is magnificent and well done. Very dangerous, let's hope they don't decide to strike back soon.
I
However,
think we didn't provoke them in the cave at all, Percival.
If they came there, they would have been provoked. Figured.
I did find that the White Dragons, they're more primal, and overall less intelligent than other chromatics, and some of this information you know.
Yeah, like, why am I writing this down? I know this shit.
But what they do is they don't let their lack of intelligence lull you into comfort. They're also unpredictable and raw. Dangerous hunters, they stalk and ruin lands with ice and vengeance. The memory is eternal, and recall every slight defeat and have been known to hold vendettas for centuries and centuries. They despise other dragons, and this loose alignment with Thordak is stranger than the others with the White Dragon, though Vorugol's distance to the others is intentional, most likely. I mean, the entire alignment between them is strange anyway, but particularly with the White Dragon, they generally steer very clear of or are bent on destroying any other types of dragons that may wander in their midst.
Interesting.
Green dragons, in particular, are manipulative, liars by nature, finding pleasure and power over others through deceit and promises of wealth and glory. They corrupt. They play subservience to other dragons, then plot the demise to claim their hordes. They're the seedy underbelly of the chromatic world, if you will. They amass powerful allies, human and beyond, to their will, bending them and using them as tools. Their life and their very presence is poison to those around them, and is the very basis of their danger. They corrupt the air around them to be venomous. I found a bit about this Raishan you mentioned, and word has spoken, though little that exists out there, that she is also a very practitioned weaver of the arcane arts. So be warned.
So much so that she could almost pass as a druid wielding natural magic.
I can imagine that's quite within her grasp. I've heard rumors of her calling the sky down upon her enemies. Previous individuals that hoped to raid her space were swallowed in quaking earth as she laughed from above.
Druidy things.
I want to kill her so hard.
Do we know where these dragons have been all this time? Where they were banished to?
I mean, most of these dragons lived their lives wherever they once were before. Raishan used to exist in the mountains outside of Sinkhorn, and actually had amassed quite a sizable horde of followers, lizardmen, lizard folk, all sorts.
Thordak. Thordak was banished to the fire.
Thordak we had banished, yes. Now, Thordak in particular. Now, red dragons.
Okay. I need to finish taking notes about green. So Keyleth implied that Rajan could have, easily passed as a powerful druid with which tracks with what we learned at the Pyra. Potentially tie in with Keyleth's Aramente later. We fight Raishan at one of the Ashari tribes? ? Okay. Yeah, huge download of info. Okay. Red dragons. And I'm seeing maybe a wild magic thing. Maybe the memory is eternal. Maybe Vorugal will like specifically like utilize specific weaknesses of the party. This one seems like it'll be a big magic fight. Red dragon. Play.
Are true tyrants, built on impulse and rage. Arrogant to the core, they see themselves as rightful rulers over all. And Thordak, the king of all other dragons as well. He is powerful enough to amass networks of spies and followers far beyond just the dragons that we've battled, I'm sure. So the more time that passes, the more powerful that network will become.
Fuck.
I've had a terrible thought, and it is sort of my business to have terrible thoughts.
Okay. Little soft timer on them. Little bit of a soft timer. Maybe. I mean, no matter what, it is an implication of a timer, which I like. And it's something that as a DM you can easily provide evidence of in the future. And this is also, I like this specifically as a timer and as a pusher for this quest line, or for this arc specifically, because it probably doesn't increase the difficulty of defeating the Chroma Conclave. So they're not doing this like tug of war balancing act of the more time we take and the more powerful we become, the more powerful they become. That is like kind of something that this could mean, but I interpret this more as, oh, the longer we take, the more we'll have to deal with after the fact. Or maybe the harder that the Thordak fight specifically will be. So I like that as a little bit of a pressure. Saying, hey, the longer you take, the more not dragon people that follow the dragons or followed the dragons you'll have to deal with. Yeah, it's a good soft pressure to have them not waste as much time. Which they've been getting better at, but this is maybe something I would have established a little bit earlier. But, you know, he's doing it now. Yeah. Yeah, okay.
What else has been banished to the fireplane?
The genie?
Well, I say this because if I were to slowly open a portal to the fireplane and power it and make it bigger and bigger and bigger, eventually it would be a hole into that dimension that's big enough for a dragon to fit through, but still not big enough for me. So I need to keep eating to make it bigger. And maybe they might be looking for what's down there so they can feed it and make a bigger hole. Just a thought. It may be nothing.
Wait. Say that again? I think I know what he's saying, but I just want to confirm.
Amass networks of spies and followers far beyond just the dragons that we've battled, I'm sure. So the more time that passes, the more powerful that network will become.
Fuck.
I've had a terrible thought, and it is sort of my business to have terrible thoughts. What else has been banished to the fireplane?
The genie?
Well, I say this because if I were to slowly open a portal to the fireplane and power it and make it bigger and bigger and bigger, eventually it would be a hole into that dimension that's big enough for a dragon to fit through, but still not big enough for me. So I need to keep eating to make it bigger. And maybe they might be...
Right. 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 I think I'm tracking. If I were to slowly open a portal to the fire plane and power it and make it bigger and bigger, eventually it would be a hole into that dimension that's big enough for a dragon to fit through, but not big enough for me. The implication being that there is something bigger than Thordak, than the dragon, that wants to pop out of the fire plane, but can't yet. The even more distinct implication being that it might be Vecna. The even more distinct implication being that the siphon that is beneath Whitestone, on top of the ziggurat, is linked to a location in the elemental plane of fire, and that whatever is in the elemental plane of fire, like, say, Vecna, interesting that they would be there, but maybe we'll see a reason. So Vecna is opening up the hole, but then with the Briarwood, with the help of the Briarwoods, Thordak takes the chance and zooms on out, but it's not quite big enough for Vecna yet. And because they haven't put anything else through, it's been stable. Is that true that it's been stable? I think it is. I think when the players, because the players stopped them at Winter's Crest, and then very quickly after they got back from the Briarwood arc is when the Chroma Conclave arc kicked off. So, wait, not factions. Locations, regions, plane of fire. Uh-huh. Oh, but that still doesn't explain. Still doesn't fully explain how Thordak got out, given what we know about the soul anchor. However, this goes towards the possibility of Thordak being super fucking dead. Being super fucking dead, raised as a golem / servant by Vecna. Need to watch out for any possible vampiric characteristics from Thordak, which would draw a connection to Vecna via Silas. Still think the thing in Thordak's chest could be evidence of his undeadness. Undeadness, which would decouple him from the soul anchor. Also still implies that Vecna is bigger than Thordak, which seems unlikely, but I don't have a good sense of what Vecna looks like. I assumed humanoid, but that may be an inaccurate assumption. Oh. This also sort of goes towards the Winter's Crest efficiency theory. Easier and faster to create a big ol' portal. Alternatively, might not be Vecna related at all. Oh, wait, also potentially strengthens the idea of Umbrasyl being a Vecna collaborator. Strengthens the idea of Umbrasyl being a Vecna collaborator. Alternatively, might not be Vecna related at all. Could be related to the primordial Titan theory, which would make a lot more sense with the size requirement, although seems a bit odd depending on what was causing the portal to open. Yeah. I think he's thinking that there's something else Thordak is trying to let out. That might be what Percy's thinking. I'm thinking that Thordak was incidental and or a servant of Vecna. Is what I'm thinking. Or the primordial Titan. Yeah. There's a bigger bad. There's a hidden big bad that's bigger than the big bad we've been presented with. Yeah, there's a bigger bad. Yeah. In D&D lore, there are body parts of Vecna which people have sometimes taken that seems to confirm human-sized. I mean, it confirms it within the D&D lore, but it is also well established that Matt is willing to change that shit up. So there might be some changing of shit up. It also might be there's established D&D lore that things look different in different planes. So like something that looks harmless on the material plane might be very scary and have very different physical characteristics on another plane, depending on like their attunement to the planes. So if as, say, part of the divergence, when let's assume that Vecna gets like banished to the plane of fire, he might take on very different physical characteristics in the plane of fire than he did in the material plane. I mean, fuck, Thordak might just be Vecna, although that seems unlikely. That seems weird. Maybe Matt just isn't using normal lore for that. I was not aware about the lore of the different planes thing. It also might not be Forgotten Realms lore. That could be a different campaign setting lore that I'm thinking of. Maybe that's Eberron? I don't know. I know that there is an established setting where that is a factor. And we know that Matt loves to take, taking combined lore. Huh. Yeah. Interesting. Okay. Interesting.
Looking for what's down there so they can feed it and make a bigger hole. Just a thought. It may be nothing.
You think there's something bigger than Thordak?
If we obtain evidence that the fireplane portal has been sporadically and minorly growing, theoretically in accordance with Eskel and Eskel et al.'s experiments, that would lend a lot of credence to this theory. Interesting. Okay. I had not considered that Vecna might be in the plane of fire. I had not considered that at all.
In the fireplane.
I have terrible thoughts. It's a terrible thought.
I mean, I'm sure there is something bigger than Thordak, probably in the fireplane, but we closed the fire. Shall I close the portal?
That may not have been the portal.
That's
where
was
he
the
came out
portal
of.
that Thordak came out of. It ripped apart my entire...
That may just be where he escaped. That power may still be flowing.
Well, Alora, how did you lock him in the fireplane to begin with?
Well, we had, through clever subterfuge, managed to have a member of our team work as a follower of Thordak, work into his greater trust, and convince him that to perpetuate his wealth, his growth, his strength, and that he needed to truly embrace the essence of fire. And there are crystals, there are remnants of the First War that exist in this world and others, the very core of the elemental chaos itself, the hearts of the Titans left behind. These heartstones.
Fuck! Damn it. After the last half session, I said, I'm throwing away the Primordial Titans theory. I didn't say that, but I was like, I'm much more on Vecna now. But this, we're now like shifting over towards following the First War and going back to the Primordial Titan stuff. Maybe they're both. Maybe it's both. It could be both. Because one of my alternative theories originally was that it was going to be Vecna next, Primordial Titans last. But since then, I had revised for it to be no Primordial Titans, because we hadn't talked about anything related to that in a while, and Vecna last. But now, I'm thinking might go back to the original. Okay. These heartstones. Let's.
The very basis, or at least shadow.
Okay, we just gotta copy all this. Into his greater. The hearts of the Titans left behind. Oh man, maybe that's the thing in his chest. Fuck! No! I'm losing it all. I'm losing all my theories. No! The Heartstone is probably the thing in his chest. Shit. Because this is the remnants of the first war. Okay. Wait, we can get there. Very basis, or at least shadows of the basis of what made the elements when creation came to be. This could be the thing in Thord's chest, not a golem core. Okay. We're okay. You know what? We pivot. We pivot when we are presented with new information. We cannot get married to these theories.
Those of the basis of what made the elements when creation came to be. We had found one of these on the fire plane. But the nature of these is they cannot be removed. If they are brought beyond the plane themselves, they generally shatter. And the few that can be brought across temporarily, the magics that contain them do weaken, and those that attempted to harness their power leave it to ruin, destroying all around them before it whirls itself into a frenzy of uncontrollable arcane mass and then destroys everything nearby. These were many of the fools who ushered in the beginning of the Second War. So.
Okay, wait. They cannot be taken out of the planes. Okay. I need to copy the words exactly. Okay. If they are brought beyond the plane itself, they generally shatter, and the few that can be brought across temporarily, the magics that contain them weaken. And those that attempted to harness their power leave it to ruin, destroying all around them before it whirls itself into a frenzy of uncontrollable arcane mass and destroys everything nearby. These were many of the fools who ushered in the beginning of the Second War, and assumingly, the fools who have experience with them. You know what I'm saying? Maybe they figured out how to stabilize the magic. Okay. So maybe it's not the Heartstone, or maybe it is. And maybe Thordak's body is the containment method to control the magics by embedding it within Thordak's body? So the Heartstones are leftovers from the first. The second is one of the things, trying to bring them back, is one of the things that started it, which would imply, if I'm right about Vecna being from around the Second War, similar to RQ and SQ, or I'll go /SQ. That could imply that Vecna has essentially experimented already with bringing these crystals between planes. May have figured it out. Interesting. There is actually a robot built by Vecna, all for the sake of getting his son's attention. Okay, I don't know about the son's attention part. What? That seems like a reference. But I agree with the rest of it. I kind of agree with the rest of it. Maybe Vecna saw his chance with Thordak. Knew he needed some sort of powerful magical container, basically, to get the Heartstone back into the material plane. Maybe. What's happening? What's going on with VM? VM is talking to a bunch of NPCs and getting some lore dumps. This is really lore dump the episode. Holy hell. This is the biggest note that I've taken for any episode recently. Or these two notes. That totally wasn't a Gravity Falls reference. Right. Yes, absolutely not. No way. Okay.
Essentially, we convinced Thordak to find one of these in the plane and convinced him that he had the power to contain it.
Maybe he fucking did. Maybe he fucking did. Maybe they're right. Okay. Follower convinced Thord he could contain the stone.
Once there, all of our forces gathered in. We attacked him, pressed him down, and the gem that we had convinced him, the heartstone that we had convinced him to take into himself, well, we found a way to seal it, to banish it permanently to that plane so he could not escape. That we had convinced him, the heartstone that we had convinced him to take into himself.
The heartstone we had convinced him to take into himself.
Well, we found a way to seal it, to banish it permanently to that plane so he could not escape.
All right. So, that's all good. But he did escape.
Could he still potentially have...
So, the heartstone is the soul anchor, it sounds like. But is supposed to be permanently banished to that plane, but clearly not. Okay.
Have it inside of him?
Exactly. That was my question.
Well, she asked it, so technically it's hers.
She turns in, and you can see Gilmore is now sitting at the table like this. I got a very good close at that dragon. A very good close look. To finish my sentence. I've been drinking plenty of wine tonight, don't judge me.
It's very good.
It's the best wine.
It is very, very expensive.
The
Fine wine.
vineyard is the best.
Thank you, Grog. It's a wonder. But his mass is unforeseen size to a creature like that. I couldn't help but notice that within his torso there was a pulsing heart of red glass.
All right.
He looks
How
over to
clever
Allura.
food makes all of us.
Allura kind of nods. And if that is the case, then I think it's very much a chance that he did escape with the Heartstone intact.
I have a question. We got one of the vestiges in these Titanstone knuckles, made from the Hearthstone. If I left a plane with these, are they going to blow everybody up?
An intact Heartstone is the true source of power. Those have been carved from one, an inert one, or at least they carry but a smidgen of the power. I think you're safe, Grog.
Oh, thank God.
Phew. Which one?
Cord.
Oh, cord. I got it.
Allura leans in again. I have been keeping an eye on Iman from this distance as well. It seems that Thordak's very essence twists the land with elemental magic.
Shit.
My distant views of the city have shown the center of the town cracked with volcanic fire as he digs and burrows beneath the city itself.
Oh, fuck.
Why is he digging and burrowing?
He's reshaping the land.
Or is he looking for
This is a dick.
He's not looking for something?
He might be looking for something. He
So
might be
these
making...
heartstones embrace the essence of where they reside?
Their essence created where they reside.
So, and he has a heartstone of the fire elemental plane living inside of him.
A Heartstone. There are many.
Heartstone.
Oh, there are many. Okay. Wait, that seems okay. There are many heartstones, not a unique item. is warming the land elementally. It's making him on volcanic as he digs and burrows. Interesting. Also sounds like a cool battle map when we get there. Sounds cool. He's making a dungeon for himself, the dragon. I know, that's what I'm saying. That's cool, though. I'm down with it. That's fun. Okay. So it seems like they made the Heartstone into the Soul Anchor. They are not necessarily one and the same. The Heartstone existed, and then they needed something to make into the Soul Anchor, which they used the Heartstone to do. Okay. But they seemed really, I don't want to say confident, but they seemed to not think that that was possible. But then it is. Which is one of my favorite things to do as a DM, is present that sort of subversion of, here are the rules of the universe, and look at that person over there that's breaking the rules of the universe. Whoa, how crazy. Intrigue, what's going on? That's one of my favorite things to do as a DM. So, what's going on here? He can't just randomly break the rules. That's the core of this. Is that they have firmly established that he is ostensibly breaking the rules. But no one can actually break the rules. So he must be cheating somehow. He must be cheating. We don't know how, though, yet. Interesting.
So, right.
I need more wine. Do you think he was just making himself at home, or do you think he was looking for something?
I don't know. He seems pretty lax. From what I can tell from my investigations, the major step of the Concave's plan is already over.
Take over everything.
Now they settle into the divided territories and forget each other. Now I feel that Thordak is far too old and covetous.
Okay. That's a Matt speaking to the players moment. GILMORE theorizes that the Conclave's plan essentially is over, and they are now content with their carved out territory. Forgetting about each other. Which seems a little interesting, because we are only aware of 4 Chroma Conclave members, and at least 2 of them were on Tal'Dorei. Like, we're lording over Tal'Dorei. Like, Thordak was in Tal'Dorei, and Umbrasyl ostensibly was also in Tal'Dorei. Which means that there are 3 continents for 2 dragons. Which doesn't fully add up. Like, if you're the Chroma Conclave and you're going to take over the entire world, seems like you're leaving spots open. Unless maybe they're discounting all of Othanzia, or all of Isilra because of Vasselheim. So then you have Raishan, like, taking Wildmount and Vorugal taking Marquette. That doesn't feel quite right, though, either. Okay.
To be content with just Imon. This was vengeance, which is now complete. Who knows what the next stage in his terrible design is.
So you're thinking the Chroma Conclave was simply a temporary...
Yeah, now it's out and thoroughly not exploded. Yeah. Well, it's weird because before now, they have not called it the Heartstone. They have called it the Soul Anchor. So my assumption is that they did something to it. Because she said... He took the Heartstone, he took the Heartstone, and then we found a way to seal it, banish it permanently to that plane, so he could not escape. Heartstone equals the soul anchor, which is also interesting. Now Allura is not neglecting, but is not using the term soul anchor and was a bit vague about the whole sealing it process. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. It's time for Mega thinks that one of Matt's beloved NPCs is secretly evil. Or probably not evil. Probably not evil, but hear me out, right? Here we go again. Hear me out, right? Originally, it was Soul Anchor. Let me bring up the Thordak document. Originally, it was the Cinder King. It was the Soul Anchor. Allura Vysoren and Drake Thunderbrand attempted to hunt it down. Was sealed in the elemental plane of fire by the Arcana Panasophical, which is an Illuminati-style multinational association of wizards and magic users. So it might not have even be that Allura is evil. She might have been duped. Was held in the plane of fire by the Soul Anchor, which is a large gemstone. According to GILMORE, who dueled the Thordak, on Thordak's chest was an obfuscation, smooth and jagged. Now, hear what I'm saying, right? The Arcana Panasophical sealed Thordak. Big association of wizards and magic users. Maybe even Delilah Briarwood? Has this come up before? Because the whole sealing big ass foreign body inside of an unwilling participant seems a bit like dark magic. Like, I'm not saying that Allura was actively involved in the occult, but there is potentially the appearance of impropriety. Like, Thordak had already rebuffed her once. Maybe she was willing to look the other way when a member of her faction suggested something a bit more radical. Ooh. To be fair, if you got locked in another dimension, I would assume that would be a proper seal. True. But there's a bit of wordplay going on here that I'm not so sure about. Uh-huh. There's torso. There are also many heartstones. Is there anything about and planar magic involving the heartstones is what kicked off the arcane v divine beef back in the Second War. Allura even established as such just a sec ago. But the whole sealing someone on a separate plane sounds a whole lot like planar magic, also called dark magic within Vordian, within Vord's description of the Second War. Dark magic like Vecna magic. Okay.
Alliance?
There are very few permanent alliances between chromatic dragons.
Well, that's good. Maybe they won't seek vengeance.
None of you so
Get
hopeful
one
to
of them
tear
on
each
our
other
side.
apart.
Maybe the white one will want to help kill Thordak with us.
Turning them against each other is not a bad idea.
Our best hope at this point is to just amass power. We are not strong enough,
No.
but we will get stronger.
Does the Heartstone make him even stronger than he already was?
I don't know, but it was not that large when we sealed him.
Shit. So we can take, yeah.
If we can pry it over his body,
Yeah.
we can shrink him down. Perfect plan.
we
So
could go inside a dragon again.
We can go in
Seen
another dragon.
Any
if we want.
dragons on the outskirts of the town? Have there been any flyovers or close calls within say, 50 to 100 miles or so? Any reports?
Miles, there were reports of the White Dragon a week ago, south of us. Far south of us.
Far south.
Doing what? Just flying?
It's flying east.
Oh, sick, it does work. Let's go. That wasn't working the other day. I'm glad it is. Fuck yeah. Yeah, also, he was not that large when we sealed him, implying that the Heartstone may or may not have grown him. Maybe the growth just took time. Interesting. Periodic reminder that spoiler chat is a thing, and also it's working well. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. I'm sure spoiler chat is lighting up. He was not that large when we sealed him. Find the Heartstone. Maybe the growth just took time. Or maybe the growth was separate. Huh. Unclear.
Unless they know what's underneath the castle, there's nothing of value here.
And do we know where Vorgal has taken up a roost? No one knows.
No. Trying to scry, but they're apparently protected against that now.
What about means of protection for Whitestone? Do you have a defense plan, a warning system?
We're just getting now to that point. Maybe a few weeks before we're ready to go. It's a lot to build, and it's a very big space to protect, but me and Drake are working on some ideas.
do you know exactly how these Heartstones are forged?
They're not forged. They existed. They were the hearts of the primordial titans that existed on this world before the gods even came here.
Wow.
They were the true denizens of this world before any of us.
This is an awesome dinner, by the way. Super good.
So good.
I love game meat.
I'm sorry. It's been a very tense time.
This wine is really good.
All right.
It's very good.
Perhaps the rest is in order for all of us. It's been a lot. I'm so sorry. It's good to see all of you.
You as well.
Now, Laura brightens up a little bit.
So
You can-
much.
You can see that she feels guilty that she just did this kind of information dump and is like, it's good to see all of you.
It's good to see you.
Well, let us rest for the evening. Drinks last for wine, stands up. I'll talk tomorrow. She gets up. Kima, I'm coming, let me finish. No, seriously, it's good to see you all. I'm glad you're all right.
Should have been with us.
I should have been with you. I didn't know you left.
Sorry, Kima. It takes.
Western okay?
Better.
It's not great, though.
It's getting better.
It lives.
It lives. That's true.
It stands.
Does my house still stand?
What's a house really but a bunch of bricks?
Oh, it's
Always very
fine.
naked, Kima.
Object impermanence. Next time you're going there, you tell me.
No, yes, we will.
We will be returning.
On one condition. Don't wear any more dresses.
You saying I wasn't pretty, Grok?
I like you in your armor better.
That's why I missed you. She reaches out and like, smack. All right, kiddies. Sleep it is. And Kima gets up and joins Allura, and they both leave. Gilmore stands up. Realmsphere stands up. All right, everyone. Rest well. See you in the morning. And glad you're all safe.
Good night, Sean.
Night, everyone.
Good night,
Sleep well.
Gilmore.
They all leave.
So we rest here for a night or two and then to the Fey?
Yeah, Feywild.
Or to the...
We even have like a geographic, demographic location to like.
True.
Yeah.
Yeah, we
I feel
do.
the
Kind of the
Feywild calls to
Feywilds.
us.
What do you say we go get you a new bow?
We could go get me a new bow. There's also the ocean.
Yeah.
Nah.
Let's go get you a bow.
I'm gonna
get you a
pour another
bow.
glass of wine.
Ocean next.
Pike could go off to get the ocean one herself.
No.
That's a
That's
shitty idea.
crazy.
I'm with you.
I think you've had too much
Are the
to
two of
drink.
you together?
Yeah, I like the ocean. I don't really like the ocean.
All right, you guys all going to rest?
I have one thing I'd like to do.
Okay, what do you want to do?
I want to go back to our.
I just had a thought. Okay. Separate thought. The clasp were the ones that delivered the crystal that birthed Sky Sunder, connecting them both to the dragons and to planar travel. This also happened on Winter's Crest. Because that was Winter's Crest. Where was that? No. Wait, no. Cultural events and mythologies. I have a different folder for these things. Events. The invasion of Iman versus Winter's Crest in Westrun. Yeah. This was during Winter's Crest. This also happened on Winter's Crest. Same day. What up, Valkyrie? How you doing? Same day that the Briarwoods wanted to do their ritual. Clasp was to deliver this crystal to Percy. The clasp was also, or were also the ones that were going to transport, not Eskel, what's his name? The other guy, Riskel Daxio, I think. Riskel. Yeah, Riskel. Riskel Daxio to Marquette. Did we ever find a connection between the clasp? Yeah. Modeth, the class spiraling leader, stole the jars containing the souls of Uriel Taldore's family. This was related to the pre-stream demonic invasion sequence. So, okay, wait. They were also involved with the demonic invasion sequence, which Brimscythe, aka Krieg, was interested in the class involvements in pre-stream events. Was also involved with the demonic invasion sequence, which Krieg was also interested in / involved in. And we can be fairly sure that Krieg was originally part of the Chroma Conclave before VM killed him. So they seem to really be experimenting with planar travel, super involved with the dragons. Super involved with the dragons. And have a direct tie to Vox Machina. What did Scanlan give them again? Didn't he give them, like, elemental crystals? Or some shit? To get to Riskel? Am I remembering that? What has happened so far this ep? Ooh, a lot. Oh, a lot. Clearly I watched CR wrong. I should be making notes all the time. Look, I'm making it as I am making entertainment separate from the show. This is my form of entertaining y'all. If I was watching this on my own, I would definitely not be taking all these notes. Yeah. There's really benefits to taking notes if that's your style. I probably wouldn't be if I was just solo watching this. Like, I don't do this for, like, normal TV shows that I watch. This half, I don't remember what happens in this half. Big-ass lore dump from all the wizards in Whitestone. Big-ass lore dump. About like the orb of death, or now we know it's a siphon. Yeah, exactly, Daniel. Yeah. Okay. They're also involved in demonic invasion. They really seem, planar travel, super involved with dragons, direct tie to Vox Machina. And they seem relatively chill with the New World Order of the dragons. Not actively cheering it on, at least to the party, but definitely weren't too concerned about it broadly. Also interesting that they are apparently the only power structure left in Iman, and were very specifically interested in getting a foothold in Vasselheim, which is established to be the closest thing to a dragon safe haven in the world. Could also potentially be related to Thordak's network that was mentioned earlier, but no direct proof. Also, Scanlan gave them some shit. Some shit that made them super chill with handing over Riskel. Some shit that I kind of remember being elementally related. Need to go back and look up how those were described. Also need to look up if they had anything to do with the Dread Emperor, and or if the Dread Emperor... Oh, those are not how you spell Emperor, neither one. Incident was on Winter's crest. I vaguely remember it being on Winter's crest, but that could be my imagination. No. Scanlan gave them a blue gem. Scanlan said it could grant a wish. They inspected it and accepted it, though they know the gem doesn't give a wish, but is extremely magical. Okay. Blue gem, extremely magical. I might still go back and look at like the exact wording that they used, but that's good to know. Blue gem, extremely magical. If they had anything to do with the Dread Emperor. Yeah, and I vaguely recall the Dread Emperor incident being on Winter. Did I note it on Winter's Crest? No, I didn't note it there, and I don't think I noted it in the events. Yeah, the invasion of Iman is all about the Chroma Conclave. Yeah. I don't think I took a note on that. Dr. D's troop, I forgot. Yeah. Interesting. Okay. Let's keep going.
Little cave that we dug out under where the sun tree is that still there?
Yeah, it's still there.
We'll go there, and I want to kind of like sit down and meditate for a second. And I want to cast Speak with Plants and have a little chat with the sun tree.
Okay. You cast the spell, you reach out and touch the roots of the tree, the roots of which have more color than they did before. The dull gray has come more of a full brown. The earth here smells of fresh, damp earth. The tree, while still in the winter phase, is definitely teeming with life to where it once didn't.
I reach out and I touch the roots. Can I just kind of like sense like the arcane ley lines that Alora was talking about, that the tree is kind of in the center of?
Not really. In speaking to the tree, you can ask questions, but you're not quite. You find yourself unable to tune into that or tap into that source of magic at this place, at least.
Okay. So I just reach out and touch a tree and I say, "Hey, old friend. How you feeling? Doing better?"
Hey, bud. Much better.
You're pretty cool, Suntree.
Suntree, okay.
Hey, Suntree.
Yeah?
I was just wondering if you knew, if you could tell me anything about this terrible cancerous tree in the Feywild. If you knew anything about it, he might be like your brother
Tree
or
cancer?
something.
What?
No, okay. There's this tree in the Feywild, and it might have a man living in it called Fenthras, and no, sorry, that's the name of the bow. Bow is in it, named Fenthras, and it might be a really sick tree. Can you tell me where there's a really sick tree, maybe in the Feywild?
That sounds sad, but no, I don't
Buddy, I'm a sick tree, if you know what I'm saying.
know a tree like that, sorry. I've been here in Whitestone since day one.
Want to play
Born and
hacky
raised.
sack?
So I graduated from Berkeley, made my way to Whitestone.
My twig, smoke the doom.
Barkley. Cool.
Birkenstocks. Like,
Hey, Suntree.
Yeah.
You apparently kind of live in the middle of all these arcane ley lines of the world.
Yeah.
How far do those stretch? Like,
Long way, Kiki. Long way.
can you kind of give me like a rough idea? Of, like, do they go out to the other side of the world? Can you kind of stretch all over the world?
Just right here. Peller put me here for a reason.
Who? Paylor?
Yeah.
Right. So you're not like a natural tree. You're a tree from the gods?
Sure.
All right. Well, anyway, you're really awesome, Suntree.
Speak for yourself, Kiki.
Yeah, you're so cool. Okay, well, it's good talking to you.
You too.
I'll walk through you soon. Okay, bye. And then I leave.
I want to make a once over on Vax and make sure that. So you did. You got all the blood off them.
You doing? Yeah,
I
it's
mean,
like
we
a
got all
bath.
cleaned up for tonight. I just want to make sure you didn't ruin it by
Yeah.
keeping some of the blood in your freaking hair.
Don't I look all right? I'm fine. What's your problem?
Nothing. Just
All
making
right.
sure you're doing all right.
Yeah,
All the blood's gone.
yeah.
You're great.
It's all gone. I'm doing much
Never met a person who hated the sun tree. I love the sun tree. I love the sun tree. Sun tree's awesome.
better.
Good.
Much better. You ready for the Feywilds?
So fuck no. No, not ready. But you know, we can do it.
So,
We'll walk over to Percy.
I was about to walk out the door, but if you're walking,
Before you leave, I whisper in your ear. You still have a little blood behind your ear.
do you want to take a walk with me?
Sure.
Take a very quiet walk around Whitestone. I want to pass all of the temples that are either still standing or destroyed. And so I want to just take a temple tour, not stopping, not talking. I just want to see what they look like. Paler looks good. The one in the cemetery.
One cemetery is still under construction. That one needs a little more work.
While in the cemetery, I assume that it's still a mess.
Most of the graves have been refilled. Corpses have been brought back. Most of the dead that were, brought forth from the previous owners have been returned. It was one of the first order of business that the people who live here did was to return their families to the earth.
Is there? There was a couple lords' crypts in there. Was there an Anders family crypt at one point?
There would have been, yeah.
So cool. All right, I'm going to walk back to the castle with you in tow, and I'm going to find Zara.
Okay.
Are you going to tell me why you went and saw the Raven Queen?
Yes. Come.
All right. You come back to to the study where you originally found Zara. She's still there poring over books, but is now half asleep. Like she's a little candle that's starting to flicker out, and she has her feet up on the desk, and her tail's kind of curled up, and she's falling asleep into the book as you walk in. What?
We all need sleep sometimes, hon.
Sleeps for the boring.
I have a task for you if you have the time and energy for something a bit quiet, but necessary.
What do you ask, Percy?
You know what I just realized about Percy? And why I think he's a somewhat polarizing figure occasionally? Like last episode we had, an argument surrounding Percy and his characterization. And I think I potentially maybe not found like the root of it, but definitely feel like I'm a little bit onto something. I've talked before about how there's a player behavior that is commonly exhibited by both new and experienced players alike, where they don't want to tell the other players and the DM about their plans, and they ask like as vague of questions as they can ask, so that you don't understand their plan before they execute it in order to get like a fun surprise, essentially. And how I totally understand like that core sentiment, because when it works out, it is really cool and fun. But that I think in general, it's better to ask the questions that might reveal part of your plan to make sure that it, is actually possible before we spend a bunch of time on it. I think that Percy, the character, also exhibits that behavior. Oh, see you, Mr. Multi. Like, that's a common player behavior at a lot of tables, and then separate from that being a player behavior, the actual character of Percy is sometimes infuriatingly vague and wants to like do all the things before and then reveal the master plan in a huge reveal, which can sometimes be annoying. And I think that Percy has that behavior and Taliesin has that behavior. And sometimes they exhibit the behavior at the same time, and sometimes they exhibit it separately. So I think right now, just Percy is exhibiting the behavior. Like, I think that this is a characterization of Percy. But then I also think that sometimes Taliesin exhibits it separately. I think that's what I'm landing on with this little sequence of telling her to follow him and then just fucking ignoring her for like ostensibly like 20 minutes. Is such a is such a dick move on Percy's part, but it's totally fine for Taliesin because it's like less than 30 seconds real world time. But if he's doing a tour of the entire town, he has essentially told her to follow him and then just not spoken to her for a substantial period of time, which is so funny. It's so funny. As a Percy Tal lover, I agree with this analysis. It feels like Tal has had at least one bad DM before, and he's slowly learned to trust Matt to not screw him over. Yeah, I can definitely see that. Yeah. I think he tries to give Matt the benefit of the doubt, but isn't always perfect at it. Yeah. Very Percy, total noble behavior. Exactly. So I think that I'm just kind of coming to that realization of Percy is that one of Percy's faults, like a good fault, a great character fault, is a very commonly exhibited real life player fault that we see relatively often at this table. So I think it is sometimes hard to distinguish when it is Percy exhibiting the fault as opposed to Taliesin and or both. Yeah. Very fascinating. But it is, I say it's hilarious because it is. It rocks. As a fault, fucking just doing that to Vex is so fucking funny. As a faulted behavior, so funny. I haven't thought about it like that before, but that is such a neat observation that makes so much sense. Yeah. I obviously I haven't thought about it until right now. Yeah. Very funny. So funny. That's a really, and like, you know, people are like, oh, it's total noble behavior, because it so is. And it kind of goes towards, we've talked about it in terms of Grog, how like Grog took the archetype of the strong man and kind of played it out to its to a more detailed conclusion. Like, he is an archetypical character, but he ran that through and like thought through more of the details. And it's like, I think that is a similar conclusion of Taliesin running through the noble archetype, you know, of like, yeah, you know, they're a little snooty, a little prissy sometimes. They're, you know, they can be dismissive, but this behavior is not something I would instantly think of when I think of a noble. But when you see it play out, it is such noble behavior, you know? It's a deepening of the archetype, which is very cool. It's very cool. And I think you see that a lot with Vox Machina. I remember me and Mike kind of talked about that, where it's like the campaign 2 characters are a little bit more maybe like unique and bespoke character types, but Vox Machina are archetypical characters that have been fleshed out and deepened into some of the best versions of those archetypes and the most interesting version of those archetypes. Percy would be a nightmare. Oh my god, Percy would suck to play D&D with. Taliesin seems super fun to play D&D with. They all seem to love it, but Percy would be a nightmare. Oh, yeah. The last time I remember this coming up, we weren't far enough into Percy's plot to say it, but I think we are. I think Percy holds on to the nobility parts of himself so hard because it's the last connection to his past that got so thoroughly ruined. Yeah, I agree with that. I think I had a speech at one point about Percy's morality and I think it was during the, when Grog died and Percy was like fighting over his body and was like manifesting the smoke of Orthax and talking about like the symbolic metaphor of we're done with Percy's plotline. And in a very thematic, symbolic moment, his friends got him through it. You know, they essentially concluded his plotline, brought it to resolution, despite him kind of raging against it. You know, it's helping someone you love, even if they don't necessarily want it in the moment. But Orthax is gone, ostensibly. The list is gone. But Percy still puts on the mask. He still manifests the smoke. He didn't lose his warlock level. It's the scars of his past, his ruined past that he will never truly be rid of. And I think that what you're hitting on is very similar to that, of he is a person who is haunted by the past very directly. He's kind of an embodiment of the Haunted One archetype, or the Haunted One background. And that comes in multiple forms. It comes in the metaphysical smoke and in him still acting like a bit of a pompous nobleman, because despite all of that being gone, he can't let go of his past. He can't move beyond it. Yeah. Percy's a very interesting character. I think Percy's probably the least archetypical of them, or at least the least maybe archetypical in terms of like Western archetypes. I think he fits into a lot of like anime revenge story archetypes. But he's probably the least similar to the other ones, yeah. He was haunted before it was cool. Yeah, exactly. He really was the fucking dirge. He's playing the dark urge. BG3 once again, or no, sorry. Not BG3 stealing from Critical Role. Critical Role stealing from BG3 in the future. Really just playing the dark urge. He literally just said it. I have these terrible thoughts sometimes, which I think might be a quote from Dark Urge. Oh my god. Percy really has played the Dirge playthrough.
I'm going to have the deeds to the Anderson family crypt transferred to your name. I want you to clean it out. Throw the bodies wherever he has disgraced himself. Clean them. And if you can find people who can do it, I want to very quietly in that crypt create a small shrine to the Raven Queen. This will help, and I bring out the vial of blood from the pit. Perhaps they will know what to do with that. But I would like her to have a quiet mark in this city.
Is this for you or for my brother?
It's for your brother, so that he can help us. We're apparently all in this together.
I give Percy a kiss on the cheek.
Oh, thank you.
Blood.
We need all the help we can get.
Very well. I'm sure it can be done. I've never owned a crypt before. I'm excited.
It's exciting.
Take the vial, sets it on the table.
I think it suits you.
Tell anyone you like where I went. It's not a secret. I just wasn't ready to... I don't think your brother... I would hate for him to think I'm competing. I just had some questions.
I won't tell anyone, Percy.
Thank you.
Your business is yours. And mine, because I noticed.
Thank you for noticing, and I'm trying hard not to make it my business. It's hard to remember sometimes.
We're all family.
That's awful, isn't it?
Oh man, and that moment. This is the way I'll say it. If this were two separate episodes, like if we'd had that whole thing with like Percy going in and communing with the Raven Queen right after Vax, we'd had that was the end of the episode, let's say, and then we get to next week and Percy has this whole moment, I would assume he got backlash on Twitter. That is what I would assume, which, because these are the same episodes, leads me more towards the conclusion that Taliesin as a player was aware of the potential implications of going in so soon after Vax, saying I'm not trying to compete, and is role-playing it as a flaw of Percy's. You know what I'm saying? Now, whether or not this is a, what does Brennan Lee Mulligan call it? The duplex? Whether or not this is him sort of self-sniping through the duplex door or not, it's hard to tell. But it at least seems as though he is aware that was a potentially controversial action choice by Percy. And is aware that it could have been perceived as potentially flawed. Which in and of itself is interesting self-reflection mid-session. It's very rare in my experience, but really cool now that I'm seeing it. For characters to vocally self-reflect, which is weird, especially for me, because, like, I do almost all of my self-reflection vocally. I know it might surprise all of you, but I tend to think by talking. And so almost every moment of like serious self-reflection that I experience as a real person is almost always vocal. Like it's almost always vocalized. So it is interesting to see that from Percy in this moment of him doing something and realizing that it might be a flawed behavior within the same episode. Now, who knows how planned out it was, or again, if it is also a moment of Tal's self-reflection, who knows? Super interesting. Very, very interesting, though. Yeah. Tal himself hasn't gotten a whole bunch of angry tweets at him to correct it, so this was all him and his original aim. He could have been predicting backlash. Like maybe he thought about it during the break, but you know, again, it's like that's kind of just real, you know, of someone and this very much to me characterizes Percy of someone who kind of acts first, thinks later. Like for as intelligent as Percy is, and as much of a planner and a designer, to a degree, a lot of that is self-discipline, which is also characterized by his relationship with Orthax. Orthax is his unbridled, act first, think later rage and action-orientedness. And the way his inventions, his thought, his logic could even be seen as an attempt at self-discipline, as forcing himself almost meditatively to stop acting, to slow the fuck down and think for a second, rather than just doing. It's at least an interpretation. I don't know how much it holds up on further scrutiny, but it's at least kind of what this makes me feel, you know? I do think a lot of Percy's behavior, too, in this part of the episode is also shaped by the fact that Vex is the one drawing this out. Possibly. Which, I mean, I guess that is sort of dependent on their relationship, because I've always felt something kind of brewing under the surface with them, but it's hard to tell from an audience perspective, and especially with me like not binging it. It's kind of hard for me to tell how tight they are and like how connected that is. Because to a degree, I see what you're saying of like sort of similar to like a Vax and Keyleth sort of thing. But I can't tell in the particular way that I'm watching it how applicable that is. It might be. I guess it's feasible that during the intermission break, he saw a bunch of angry tweets. Might have seen a bunch of angry tweets, or might have just reflected on the fucking toilet. Might have just thought about it while he was on the toilet and might have felt differently about it than he did in the moment. Or it could have been all pre-planned. Or he could just be riding the wave. I don't know. It's interesting. Tal's an ancient immortal being, so he must be very in touch with themselves. So true. I think people put too much stock into them responding to things just because of Twitter. They definitely do it sometimes, but I doubt he was reading tweets during the ad break and felt the need to address it immediately. I mean, I think it's possible that was a situation that arose, but I do think it's also possible that it was all pre-planned or just that he was thinking about it without any prompting from Twitter. It's one of those things where I think the evidence bears out to me in how they've interacted and with like what you guys have told me that they definitely read those sorts of things between the episodes. That's why I said, if this had been a separate episode, I would have assumed it was prompted by Twitter. But with it not being a separate episode, I much more lean towards either it was self-reflection, it was pre-planned, or it was just instinctual. I think it was probably all from within Talison's brain because it was all within the space of one episode. Yeah. I think they unannounced collectively decided to stop. Yeah, that's fair. I think that Taliesin understands the concept of key dramatic moments in a narrative, and I think you could understand why it might have appeared to have stepped on Liam's toes by going right back there. Yeah, possibly. I think all of this is to say it all, whether it was pre-planned, whether it was more reactionary, how tied together it is between Percy and Taliesin, those are things we won't know. But regardless of the backing reasoning, it's a really interesting in-character moment from Percy that is incredibly characterizing for him, especially with what we've just talked about him not being very vocal about things, but him being vocal about the result, right? He didn't tell anyone that he went to the Raven Queen Temple. He didn't tell anyone what he was doing, where he was going. I mean, he literally just said it. He's like,
I'm going to...
Where is this? Where is this? Right here.
I think it suits you.
Tell anyone you like where I went.
See, tell anyone you like where I went, because it's done now.
Not a secret. I just wasn't ready to... I don't think your brother... I would hate for him to think I'm competing.
He's like, I wasn't ready to. He can't explain the plan ahead of time. Once it's out there, he's more than willing to take credit and ownership for everything that happened. But before, you could read it as an amount of control issues where he doesn't want anyone to talk him out of it, interrupt it. You could also read it as just a general lack of planning. He was just kind of going by the seat of his pants, going where his instincts told him to go. I think you could read it several different ways and have them be sort of accurate. But it's this sort of... I'm trying to think of a less crass way to put it, because the only thing that's coming to my mind is super crass. I'm just gonna put it out there, and then we can just pretend that I found a more delicate way to put it, a more noble. But he kind of gets post-nut clarity. He does these things and he puts these plans into motion, and then once it's done and and once it's out there, he doesn't care about hiding it. He has this moment of like, oh, that might have been interpreted as this. I didn't mean it like that. I just couldn't, I get what you mean, though. Yeah. I never thought you'd hear you use that phrase, but it's very clear what you mean. You're right. I don't know how else to say it, but it's a very specific phrase that I don't know any other substitute for. But yeah. It's so interesting. Yeah. They don't all understand storytelling. Yeah, absolutely. We were watching CR, a bit of crass to be expected. True. Post nut Kowalski to Rolo the Third. Yeah. I posted a bit from episode 37. Oh, good, Set Thatcher. We'll look at that later. I never told you because you never asked kind of energy. Yeah. Anyways, long diatribe about Percy, but this is an incredibly revealing sequence, especially when paired with the sequence from part 1. Incredibly revealing about Percy. Super interesting.
I just had some questions.
I won't tell anyone, Percy.
Thank you.
Your business is yours. And mine, because I noticed.
Thank you for noticing, and I'm trying hard not to make it my business. It's hard to remember sometimes.
We're all family.
That's awful, isn't it? I'm going to go to my room.
I'm trying hard not to make it my business is also so real. That's such a nuanced and such a real flaw that like so really exists in so many real people that I know. Oh man, and I've never thought about it in such distinct terms. What's up, Farrah? How you doing?
Percy!
Yes.
Sorry. If Zara wanted to make some dragon arrows, could she use stuff here in the castle?
I'll talk to my sister on the way out. I'll write her a letter and see if they can. They may have to delve into our materials for it, but I think it will.
Yes.
We'll talk about using our materials for such a thing. And we'll talk to her about that.
Also, nice little moment from Percy of saying, I'll have to talk to my sister about that. Makes sense within the fiction. And, I'll talk to an NPC about that is the same as saying, I'll talk to the DM about that. Which is a good answer. Good answer.
I'm going to do my little thing, and if it works, great. If not, we'll speak not of it.
Okay. Go ahead and make your tinkering check.
Okay. Better. 30.
That'll do.
I craft a brooch. It's not even a brooch, it's a clasp. I had built pieces of it earlier on in the game. For the last few weeks I've been working on this. I had taken the raven skull that you gave me and made a mold and poured melted silver into a silver bird skull. Taken a ruby and set it behind it. Built it into a clasp that does not reflect. And in it put a sachet of satchel.
Sachet.
Thank you, my
Sachet.
brain. Coffee of myrrh and
frankincense.
Myrrh, sandalwood, and opium, and dragon's blood. Not real dragon's blood, but dragon's blood.
True blood.
Sap. It's a sap. It's a true sap. Mm-hmm. Put the whole thing together.
You've had opium this whole time, and you haven't.
It's not like it's just pop.
What does it do? What does it do?
You will find out when I present it.
All right. Everyone else going to rest?
No, I'll run out.
I mean, so clearly he has talked about it with Matt, right? Because he just said, I'm gonna do the thing. And Matt was like, oh yeah, roll tinkering. and then he rolls and Matt says, oh yeah, it's enough. So I'm totally down for that sort of thing. I've talked at length about Taliesin. Don't surprise Matt with these things. Don't come up with an item in the moment and ask him what it does and how much it's checked. But they clearly talked about this off table, which is great. That's so cool for like for a crafting thing like that. It gives Matt time to set an appropriate DC. It gives them time to talk about an appropriate effect. And especially if it's something like this, I've been back and forth before on withholding information from other players. But But for this sort of small thing that is clearly not like super duper plot relevant, it's just like something that Percy wanted to do for someone else in the party. I think that's totally fun to be like, you'll see later. When I reveal it in my time. I think that's super cool. So this is an amazing example of how I like crafted stuff done in my game. Is the player and the DM talk about it off table. They hash out how many weeks, how much effort, what's the effect, hash out all of that off table. And then you can roll the stuff on table. You know, the other players are like, ooh, what's he building? You know, it's a fun little thingy. And that way the player can get exactly what they want. The DM can build it in a way to where it doesn't break and the player gets what they want out of it. And it's all for like a reasonable cost, etc. So yeah, perfect example compared to maybe some like earlier moments in the campaign where it was a little bit more all like in session that they talked about all of it. This is exactly my preferred how they're doing it right now. Yeah. Tal is growing. Yay! Woo! I mean, this is a person who immediately grabs for every item card given to the people next to her. On Vextra. Yeah, look at her. Look at her, so sad. Just, yeah. Like, Percy's still so trying to get therapy for that. Yeah, true. Yeah. So if the behavior things we are experts in, she's an expert in dragons. So true. Yeah. Anyways. Yeah, just great. I don't know. Behavior on the whole is improving a lot. And I'm going to have to get used to talking about things I really like and talking about how interesting things are that I like. It's so much easier to talk about things that I don't like and things that are bad. I mean, if you want evidence of that, you can just look at the internet as a whole. It's so much harder, I think, to communicate and to like give like all of these like examples, because especially when I talk about something that I don't like, I can give an example of like when I do like it. So there's like kind of double the talking almost. And like I can use that comparison to like communicate the points more effectively. Whereas when I see something that I do like, I have to formulate the points outside of a comparative thing. So it's hard. CR is getting better and it's getting more difficult to analyze. Oh no, woe is me. The thing that I'm watching is getting better. No. Oh, yeah. I think that is a hard thing to do, to keep mining your character for interest once you've officially done your quest. Yeah. And I think it's harder if they're not, and this is not meant as like a dig, but if they're not like super fleshed out, you know? It's like when they're super, super fleshed out, I think it's a little bit easier. But especially, I think a lot of tables, a lot of players, they're not going to flesh their characters out as much as it seems Vox's characters are fleshed out nowadays, at least. Likely because of the success of the actual play. And the more fleshed out it becomes, the easier it is to like mine that personality for interesting moments. But if they don't have an incredibly fleshed out personality, and if we're being even more real, if you're not a professional actor, it can be harder to embody that persona. You know, they're used to embodying these fake personas and delivering them as if they're real. And so I think it's easier for them to mine those personalities for more moments. Yeah. Being negative, I sometimes think, is a lower bar for being interesting to talk about. Yeah, exactly. Because I don't even have, if I see something bad, I don't even have to necessarily be specific about the individual things I don't like about it. I can look at what's bad and I can say how I would have done it. And that comparison implies the things that I don't like without me even having to say it, which, as the reviewer and as the analyst, is like a protective thing to a bit. It's a little bit of a shield from criticism because people can't necessarily attack specific points. They have to then dismantle my counter comparison, which I can then go further to argue, that my counter comparison wasn't meant to accomplish that. It was meant to accomplish this. And it's way easier. So much easier. But yeah, it's like when I look at something that I like, I have to like dig down into the exact reasoning that I like it, separated from any other example, which is way harder. way harder. The quality of the thing I enjoy is improving. No, the horror. yeah. The difference is crazy. I definitely, I can see that. If you're RP your character will get more fleshed out. Yeah, true. Yeah. Pretty sure he performed back in ancient Greece. Yeah. yeah. Incredibly. Yeah. Just an interesting moments within the half.
I had dinner super fast, and I ran outside of Vax's room, and I took the jug, and I whispered into it, oil. And I poured 1 quart of oil on the ground outside of his door. Looked around real quick. Is there anyone in the hallway?
Make a perception check.
I also love that Grog... I think this might be part of the reason that Grog and Percy get along so often, is the order of events there is hilarious. I go over to his door, whisper the keyword, pour the oil, then look to see if anyone's watching. It's so funny, the simple ordering of events and how much that can characterize you as a character. Of doing all of the things that would implicate you and then checking to see if anyone's watching. But it's so Grog. Yeah. Maybe the problem lies in the fact that to do that comparison towards what you like, you have to be vulnerable and give examples of when you didn't do things as well as this, which would be harder. Yeah, I agree. It is a bit of vulnerability. I agree. Yeah. Interesting half. Lots of characterization.
Looks clear.
And I run away.
Alrighty.
That was super awesome, and I can't wait to see the outcome. But before that happens, I was standing right here when these two walked off, so I'm waiting in the exact same spot for my sister to return.
A lot of time passes.
It's fine.
A few hours pass before she returns, but she eventually does.
It's all right.
Are you still here? You should go to bed.
I will. I took a little bit of a nap.
In the dining hall.
Yeah.
All right.
You're a grown-ass woman and you're twice as strong as I am. So
I know.
Your business is your business. Just, both eyes open, yeah?
Always. I'm very perceptive.
Don't do that to me.
What the heck? Okay. 343. We're approaching the end of section, but with how the end of this session has been going, I think there's a decent chance that I keep pausing more and more. And the dog is whining at me. So we're going to take a quick break right before we finish everything out, especially in case we need to theorize more. We're going to get some water, go to the bathroom. I'm going to take the dog out, and then we'll be right back. And reminder to anyone that's here and maybe didn't watch the beginning of the stream, we are going to test out stream redirecting. So the end of this stream will not be the actual end. We are going to test out redirecting from this event to a separate event. We're not gonna actually like do anything in the second event, but if at least some people can stick around so that I can test that out, I would super appreciate it. But with all that, we're gonna go on a quick break, and I will be right back. See you in a second.
Futures bound, our bodies know. Your blood like wine, I want it in. Oh, darling, get me drunk, invite me. It's not my fault, I'm not to blame. These ain't my sins, I broke my chain. More to do if I can only leave. I can't go yet, don't let me die. I'll never stop until I'm done. But just tonight, maybe I'll rest in peace. A soft caress as cold as death. I hear your heart beat in my soul. Our endings bound, our bodies know. I can't go yet, don't let me die. I want to leave, my only one. There's more to do if we can only leave. The clock won't stop and this is what we get.
Such a pretty song before. I need to go find it. Hell yeah. That is why I started putting them on the screen. BG3 has a great soundtrack. BG3 has an awesome soundtrack. It's very good. It's one of like the 3 playlists that I have for stream. One of them is BG3. He has returned. I have returned. Return of the Mega. Okay. I think we're ready. Play.
2 wings.
Please don't ever do that
I
to
love
me
you
again.
so much.
And if you do, you will never use that wink on me again. It is not for me.
All right.
Just, he's charming, but both eyes open, please.
I don't know what you're talking
Yeah,
about.
the fuck you don't. Gonna go to my room now and see if I splat on the floor.
All right, make a perception check.
Big money, no worries.
Sorry, buddy, it's a 31.
As you approach the door, you look down and see a smear of dark reflective oil across the walkway about 2 feet leading up to your room. You guys have a cluster of rooms in this long hallway, and it arcs around like an L. So you guys are in like this big L of all your rooms kind of scattered throughout.
How thick is it? Is it viscous?
Yeah, it's pretty
My
slippery.
hand in it.
I imagine, he says, like, the rooms are in a big L. I just imagine giant Grog doing the fucking Scooby-Doo peek from around the corner, just being, he's gonna get it. But he's still wearing the big horned helmet, so you just see the giant horn, like, sticking out sideways into the hallway, but he's only peeking his little eyeballs up. He's like, ooh, is he gonna see?
Does that stay?
Oh, the hand stays for a minute and
goes away.
Yeah, it's pretty thick.
All right.
Also has a fume to it.
Okay. I'm gonna scrape a bunch of it up just into my hand, so I have a big handful of it, and I'm just going to go to Grog's room, and I'm going to slowly, just at the door, take time to write Grog smells like farts, and
I walk by as he's doing this and say,
do you want help?
You know he can't read, right?
I picked specifically small words. Poo.
Well, he can read that.
And I draw, I tell you what I do. Pull down my breeches. And I put the oil on my butt and I go.
Well, my
little signature.
All right. Well done.
Preschoolers run amok in my
Get busy living or get busy dying.
All right. You guys all get to bed? Anything else when we're done?
I just told Pike she looked real pretty tonight, and I
Thank
go
you,
back
Sven.
to my reading.
Okay. You guys all find yourself back to your respective rooms, resting for the night. Some doors adorned differently than others. Partway into the evening's resting, like we'll say with wee hours of the morning, post midnight or so, your door opens slightly, Vax. And you hear a little on your door.
Yes?
You look over and you see Gilmore pop his head in with a soft smile. I'm sorry if I'm waking you up.
It's all right.
Here, and he takes looks at Bruce's what's like a folded pile of material and throws it at the foot of your bed and goes, "Come back, I made you a gift. Put it on. Come walk with me a while. We have a lot to talk about."
I open it up.
It's a very well-crafted silk robe of like dark blue and black, beaded, nice against the skin. It's really, really nice.
Give me a minute. There's a wooden screen in the room. I go behind it and I wipe any oil stuff on it.
That's fantastic.
Looks all right. All right, and I put it on.
All right. He just waits for you patiently in the hallway.
Sure.
So he just kind of begins walking along, kind of puts his arm out to you.
Hey.
Take his arm. You guys walk up along the hallway, leads you to a staircase that leads up further, and he goes, "I know a lot has happened these recent months. I've been watching from afar, keeping tabs on your journey best that I can. But I still know so little." And you ascend the lengthy staircase and you make your way to the higher floor. You eventually open an intricate door and walk out onto a wide balcony in that tower that overlooks the grounds and the castle before you. Beautiful moonlight, the night air. See the moon is nearly full and the white light illuminates the densely forested countryside surrounding the castle. He kind of closes the door and walks up to you at the edge of the of the balcony, looking over it all, kind of elbows on the edge. Some time has passed, Vax, and much of the world moves on to newer, greater threats. But true pain never really heals. He turns to you, and steps up to you, looking you.
Oh, 1x, 1x, 1x. 1x. Okay. Yeah. I don't know. He says he has a gift for him, and obviously Gilmore is who Gilmore is. And it's not going to be just a random piece of clothing, right? It's dark blue and black, I think. That's what it was said. Let me just confirm. Let me just confirm real fast. Dark blue and black, beaded and ice against the sun. Gilmore's glorious bathrobe. Robe is blue and black. Don't think it'll be anything, but
Close in the face. You hurt me deeply. It continued to hurt. Agony. For weeks. Months. Pain I had never experienced. It's all I can think about.
Can I make an insight check?
You would if you had time.
Oh my god! I knew it. No!
The pain hits you suddenly, before anything else does, as you're lost in that face and the sudden feeling and sensation of terror and horror. You suffer 18 points of piercing damage.
maybe the one person I don't think I ever thought was evil. I think at one point I thought he was like a mob boss, but not... What?
And I need you to make a Constitution saving throw.
Oh, that's my specialty.
We don't know what that was.
Constitution save?
Mm-hmm.
11.
You feel the poison.
I'll use luck.
Roll again.
18.
18. Okay. You feel what should be a pulse of poison hit your system, and you just manage to fight it off. As suddenly you look down, and there is Gilmore holding a blade thrust into your stomach. Your robes now beginning to fill with crimson red around the wound. It's at that moment you see him pull you in and stare into your face with a very, very low growl. It's all I think about. And you watch as a flicker to his form happens, and you see for a second there's a flash, not skin, but fur. You see teeth, you see whiskers, and the hand holding the dagger is facing the other direction. That's where we're gonna end tonight's session.
No! The rock... Is it a rock shot? Oh my god!
So yeah, we'll be back next week.
That fucked with my head, Matt.
Wow.
What are you doing?
What a rock Sasha does.
Oh my god! What the fuck?
Wow.
Has he been a Rakshasa the whole time? Wait, is it the Rakshasa that's different? Is it not Gilmore? So many questions! Oh my god!
Perhaps this will be revealed next week as we kick in.
What? What? I put up. But did they? If the. What? I can't. Is it just... You know, I'll be real. I kind of thought that they killed the Rakshasa. Did they not? They did. I can't. Is it just... I'm racking my mind for... I'm racking my mind for... I don't think I was taking notes at that point. Fuck. For why... Is it related to anything else, or is it just like a spurned lover thing? I can't. I'm racking for how this could connect, but it seems totally isolated. And it might just be. Not everything has to connect in a big, grand fucking soup. But is there something I'm missing? Is there a missing connection? It's a fiend. Nah, yeah. Don't worry about it. I'll figure it out. But look up lore on Rakshasa. Talked about it in the episodes with it. Yeah, I'll have to. If I'm going to do any research before the next episode, it might just be going back and watching even just like, I think like the beginning of that Vasselheim episode. During the Vasselheim mini arcs, they talk about Matt's lore. Because if I just look up generic lore, it might be different from what Matt has. Rakshas, yeah. Now you know why I hinted that you might want to watch the first half of 58. I do. I'm not gonna. But interesting. $57's cooldown. Yeah. We'll keep going. Fucking. Yeah. We're in it. 45.
This very moment.
Oh my god.
Oh,
Why does it always leave off when he's about to get killed?
Die! Why is it always you?
He's always almost about to die.
This one did
Because he runs into all the rooms first and he makes out with everybody. That's why it happens.
That's the thing.
He runs into the rooms first and he puts it.
I love him pointing down the line at everyone besides him that's died. Besides the 4 dragons, dies this. In terms of like sheer jump scare surprise that I had no inkling was coming, honestly, this is more surprising than the dragon attack. I think this is probably the most surprising thing to me. Because like, I'm thinking about all of the surprise moments, and all of them had an amount of lead up and foreshadowing. And I'm sure that this one does too, but maybe more or less obvious. Because I'm also thinking about the sun tree, but I knew something fucked was going to happen. Just didn't know what brand of fucked. similar thing with the 4 dragon attacks. When they were going to that fucking speech celebration thing, the entire time I was like, what's gonna happen? What's gonna happen? Emperor's evil. Like, I was trying to figure out what type of wrong this speech was going to go. I think I thought that like Uriel was gonna like put them under like a dictatorship or something. This came out of total nowhere for me. Man. You suspected Kima never even thinking twice about Gilmore? Yeah. The worst I've ever thought of Gilmore is that he was like... Yeah, I thought of him as maybe the equivalent of a mob boss. Like, maybe like strong-arming other fucking shops out of business. Maybe. On his worst, maybe killing someone. But I really wouldn't have even pictured him going that far. Yeah, I don't think I ever... I even remember someone at one point asking me, like, which NPCs I didn't suspect of being evil, and I think I might have brought up Gilmore. Oh, God. I don't know enough about Rakshasas, I feel like, to have picked up on it. Hey, bird. Stub it. She's tearing up a rug. Let go of it. I have to take it out of her mouth. 1 second. Give me that. Oh my gosh. So why was the Rakshasa... Is it... I'm going to have to go back and watch the Vasselheim stuff. Why was it in Vasselheim? If it's the same Rakshasa, I guess it could be different. Man, oh man. Man, oh man, oh man, oh man, oh man, oh man. Okay, interesting. I started C2 first and had the CC mon attack spoil for me, but this moment in 57 was a complete surprise. Oh my gosh, yeah. I never got it. Maybe it's Kima as the Rakshasa of Gilmore. It's just Kima still. She's flickering her like mask of many faces to to make it look like a Rakshasa. Yeah. Gilmore being a mob boss tracks, honestly. That is what I thought was going on. Just straight up. More cooldowns remaining. Yeah, I know. I'm processing still. Oh my gosh. The caption is what I want on my tombstone. He runs into the room first. Yeah. Imagine having to wait a week after this, thinking all the previous interactions between the Rakshasa and oh my god, I'm sure that they had just a massive spike in their VOD backlog of like people going back and like looking at Gilmore interactions, looking at at the Rakshasa mini episodes. I am sure that those got a massive spike of people going back and be like, what? Mega's absolutely use this beloved NPC turns on the party only for it to be a Rakshasa at some point. Maybe I will. I tend to avoid fiends. Like, not as necessarily like a rule, just as like a inclination. But I do like shapeshifters. Shapeshifters are sort of like mimics, though. You gotta use them sparingly. Otherwise, your party gets too paranoid. You want to balance their paranoia very delicately. Oh, man. Okay, let's keep going.
His tongue exciting places.
You also happen to lean in real
I'm not
close
yelling
and
at you, I'm
whisper in
envious.
the ear of Thordak Sasha as he slowly slid its throat across the floor.
Also, what did you do?
Right, you did do that.
What did you do?
Slit its throat, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so the implication is indeed that this is the same Rakshasa from Vasselheim. So I'm assuming it's like when fiends die, or or maybe it's a Rakshasa specific thing, but it's like they can be like reborn and resummoned. And we know that there's stuff going on in what do you call it? Iman, regarding demonic invasion stuff. And even something like the plane shift spell can utilize teleportation circles. And we know that what's his face? Gilmore had a teleportation circle in his safe room. So he might not even have to go through all the fiend shit, if that is a thing. Might not even have to go through all that bullshit. He might just be able to fucking teleportation circle his way out. Assuming he's the only fiend that knows the code. And maybe that's how... Okay, wait, one second. Rakshasa... Fiends. Fiends stole Uriel and Fam mines. There was a specific demon, devil, fiend that VM took down. Ostensibly the one responsible, but Gilmore could have been involved. Puts a bit of suspicion on them finding Uriel's fam in Gilmore's bunker. Oh my god. Might be extent what they learn about the Rakshasa and Vasselheim and what they learn later, so definitely only stick to the episodes. Yeah. I'm not even going to do too much theorizing because I'm sure that more will get clarified in 58. But man, I don't think all the lore is then finding out during the trial of the tape, but I'm fuzzing on the details. And I mean, we're about to in 58. We'll find out more, so I'm not too concerned about hunting down the specific details.
It's all right.
No, wait.
It just wants to come back and show you the same love.
Okay, so it's not.
Anyway,
Wait,
guys.
did you get the final blow on the Rakshasa?
Yeah.
In the
yes, I
Slayer's
did.
take?
Yeah, I cut his throat.
You cut his throat?
And you said something shitty to him.
He threatened my family, and I said, "Say something about my sister again." and I
Oh,
slit his throat.
nice!
That was a good number.
Oh, shit! But he was dead! But he was dead! What the fuck is going on?
Was he? Did you chop him up?
If that's not Gilmore.
No, because I'm not a psycho.
It's exciting.
This will be interesting next week when we kick in.
There's a fine line between psycho and practical.
Yeah.
Shit.
I
did
would
not
say
see that
chopping
coming.
someone's
Oh, man, I
body
didn't
up
even-
might be psycho.
It's not psycho if you drive a very small car with
Nicely
not a
done,
lot of
Matt.
transportation.
Nice, Matt. At least
Nice, great game.
Raven
Thanks,
Queen.
guys. That can be the name of the episode is Yas Queen.
Awesome. Well, guys, we're going to go ahead and get home and rest. Hope you enjoyed tonight.
The only other thing that I'm going to write down, Gilmore has had this whole side excuse for being gone all the time, setting up a new franchise in Westrun, but I don't think the party ever visited or anything. And the Rakshasa from Trial of the Take was also possibly interested in Vass, similarly to the clasp. Maybe both trying to soften it up for dragons. Do I really not have any notes on this? I feel. I really wasn't taking notes at this point. Damn. I have notes on Kashaw and Garthok, but I don't have them on Zara. So I probably don't have them from back then. Shit. Landmarks. There's no way I have them in the Vasselheim note. No. Damn. I'll have to go back and watch. Maybe even my own streams. I have homework. Mostly because I need to remind myself what I thought during the Vasselheim arc. Because I trust my intuition about the Rakshasa. Even if I didn't connect it to Gilmore at the time. There may be something revealing. Hidden within that. Man. Crazy. Oh. We could have been distracted by Roging fudging dice rolls. Yeah, it's I'll be straight up real. I don't know if I've said this before, but I think that the Trial of the Take episodes were probably my least favorite part of Critical Role. That's probably the only segment where I have actually considered dropping the series. I was not even close to it. Like, I've just never even considered it at another point. But I did not like the Trial of the Take sequence. So I don't know. Yeah. And then the Briarwoods absolutely brought it back for me. But man. Yeah, I'm going to have to see. I remember you watching those episodes and very much writing them off as filler episodes. Yeah, I was just trying to get through them. I'll be fully real. I was not into them. Yeah. I remember being more interested in the Rakshasa, but being frustrated by the fact that it felt like this really interesting mystery was being hamstrung by like meta constraints, especially because I knew that the rest of the show was on Geek and Sundry. So I didn't know if they were going to keep doing these like weird meta things for the rest of the show. And if maybe that was the delineation or one of the delineations between campaigns 1 and 2. So I was like, oh man, this is just going to be like, not like kitschy, but this is going to be like a gimmicky show. And then it turned out to, not be. Yeah, interesting. Yeah. And misreading his magic item about spell slots. Oh, yeah. I do remember that. Yeah. I had fun with most of the guests of the trial I take, but overall they were rough to get through. I mean, yeah. Like, Mary Elizabeth McGlynn was awesome. I really liked Wilfred L. Didn't love Will Wheaton or Felicia Day. But they were fine. They weren't like bad guests. I just wasn't as into them. And I also think they were embedded within an episode that I wasn't nearly as into. I'll say again, the Briarwood arc is as beloved as it is in part because of the surrounding episodes. I can see that, especially the follow-ups, yeah. I had a lot of fun with those episodes, especially the Rakshasa, but it was very much because they kept calling out to other live-action TRPG that I was into at the time. Yeah, and that's not to say I don't want anyone to be like, those episodes were bad. I was just not into them. Especially as someone who had not been into TTRPG or actual plays in the past. Like, had not watched any actual plays. So I think that people could even appreciate them as a divergence from like an established formula of actual plays. I think that could definitely be appreciated. But because I didn't have like an established formula in my head, I also think I couldn't appreciate that. Man. Yeah. I remember having a murder board, is the thing. I remember having it. Is it in my old vault? Wait, 1 second. It might be in my old vault. Because I remember trying to put together the mystery. Let me go see if it's in there. Critical Role, Campaign 1. Oh, wait. Episode 20 investigation. I do have it. Wait. Okay, I just got to take personal stuff off screen. I think all of that is fine. Yeah. Okay, I found it. How do I show this on screen? Wait, can I just... Aha! Okay, wait a second. We've got it. Okay. Velvet Cabaret, Rakshasa, Manager Hosian, Invisibility and Shapeshifting. Lycan is supposedly the murderer but vanished. Oh gosh. Murders by Beast in the Canal. No children, all bodies, well-to-do adults. Murders have been happening the past few years. Murders were not committed by just one person. Could lend towards a potential connection with the clasp. Wrapped in blankets, placed deliberately. Wrapping material is varied. Near abundant terrace. Lord Tyrell was found separate from the others. Highfalutin merchant. Maybe a competitor? Why do I have Raven Queen here? Found by 2 bastions. Found nothing in the raid. Velvet Cabaret. The Siren is a bouncer. Members only. Owner is Vince Sinor. There's another true owner. Maybe Gilmore. Yeah, we never found any sort of connection to Gilmore, at least from what I have here. Let me see if I have any. I'm going to take it off screen again. Let me see if I have any other notes. I don't think I do. Oh, no, I do. Midstream notes. No. Something. No midstream notes in there. 21? No. Yeah, this was before I started taking like extensive notes. Interesting. Huh. Interesting. Personally, I really enjoyed 3 out of 4 trial to take episodes. That's fair. Yeah, that's totally fair. Yeah. What up, Baronessa? What up? What up? Yeah. Man. Okay. Yeah, I don't even know. I think I created that murder board with pretty much everything that I thought was even remotely valuable. So I think we're just going to have to push on to 58 to see more. Oh, interesting. Fuck! But this is going to delay going to the Feywild even more. No. No, interesting things keep happening. And the further away we get, the more I think that they're not going. Shit. Okay. Okay. Why would you murder a board? So good asking the real questions. Oh, like 3 people didn't realize that this lore hadn't been discussed in the campaign yet and sent Meg on a wild goose chase for that info that I don't think is there yet. Would love to coax you to start it now. Yeah, I can't. Yeah, I can't. But we are going to, oh, hi, birdie. We're gonna test out the redirect thing right now. So for the redirect, which we will test out right now. So I need to make the next event public. The redirect is already set. So if I publish that to public, okay. So very special thing, like Anakin and Padme meme. Okay. I think we're good on this episode. I think yeah. And tentatively, plans might change, but tentatively 58 on Wednesday. Tentatively. So soon. Very soon. Tentatively 58 on Wednesday. And then we're going to, and right now I'm going to end the stream, and we're going to see what happens. Ideally, you should all get redirected to a stream called Stream for Testing Redirect. Very directly named. So I'm going to end, and you should all get redirected. And I'm going to wait like 30 seconds to a minute, just like make sure that everything happens. And then I will start the next stream. Coolio Foolios? All right. I will see you all in a second. And yes, you did, Ross. I'm sorry. You did miss the rock shots a moment. We just finished. Yeah. I'll see you all in a second.